Welcome to tonight's City Council study session for Monday, May 8th. We have 4 items on the agenda for tonight. Up first is Your Honor, Judge Joe Jefferson and Court Administrator Kennetha Julien here to provide an update on court operations. Good evening. Who would like to kick us off tonight?
Judge will.
Okay,
Good evening, Your Honor.
Give us just a moment here while we get set up on our presentation. There we are. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. It's a privilege to address this group tonight as well as the public and get an opportunity to discuss our local justice system. So thank you all very much for having us here. Of course, I'm Joe Jefferson, our elected presiding municipal judge here in Inglewood. I love our community. I'm proud to serve and call it home. Our elected judge has a unique challenge of being a full-time judge as well as overseeing a major branch of our local government. I want to introduce everyone to our wonderful court administrator, Kennetha Julien, who will be my joint presenter this evening. Hopefully most of you had an opportunity to meet with her prior. I also want to introduce some of our associate judges who serve our community through 4-year terms. Please remember that these folks are all both practicing attorneys as well as Inglewood residents. Unfortunately, we're still waiting on a couple to arrive. We were initially told that our presentation would be after the UDC presentation this evening, so I'm still waiting for a couple, but I know that already in attendance tonight are Judge Tamara Palmer. Please give a wave, Judge Palmer back there, and Judge Clara Lee Carlton. Thank you both for your service to the City of Inglewood. Joining us here in a moment, hopefully, will be Judge David Spircacci, as well as Judge Jonathan Lucero. I'll try to provide a brief overview tonight of the organizational structure of our city government as it relates to our local judicial system, as well as provide a brief overview of our court operations and recent changes, ending with our highlight of our newer Court Navigator and Restorative Justice programs that we're very proud of. To begin tonight, I'm going to turn over the presentation to KJ.
Thank you again for having us tonight. There's so much to share. Whoops. Thank you. I'm usually pretty loud, so. Well, thank you for having us tonight. We wanted to start with the city org chart. Like all of you, the court is responsible and accountable to the citizens of Inglewood. Our court was established in 1959, and the charter outlines the need for an elected judge that resides in Inglewood. The need for a community member to lead the court is very important. As you may recall from your civics class, there are 3 branches of government: the executive branch, often called the enforcement branch, which includes the police, the city manager, and mayor. The legislative branch, which has your great pictures up there, where laws and ordinances are created and includes the city council creating policy. And then the judicial branch, which interprets and applies laws without bias and influence. They all intersect in order to give justice for the purpose of justice and public safety. As you may recognize, the court oversees cases that come about between the city and private individuals. The court can only hear cases that are initiated by the city, meaning the police, code enforcement, or city offices. We are a criminal court that also hears decriminalized traffic and parking cases. The city is always represented by the city prosecutor in each case. The city prosecutor determines which cases to file, which cases to offer plea agreements, and make recommendations to the court on how to resolve the case, such as jail, probation, fines, or etc. The maximum sentence for our court is 364 days in jail and a maximum fine of $2,650. Our cases are equivalent to misdemeanor or lower in the state court system. Police and city prosecutor make the determination to file a case in the municipal court or the county court. So what are the benefits of filing cases here in the municipal court? First is there's faster resolution of cases, 91 days rather than 182 days, or roughly 6 months with the speedy trial time difference. The convenience of the community We are in the neighborhood rather than people having to go all the way out to the county court on Peoria. Also, we have a deeper understanding of the local issues, the shareholders, and impacts of our community by having our cases here. Fourth, studies have shown that community members are more likely to have an interaction with the municipal court than they are the state court. Municipal courts have the ability to make a lasting impression on the community and reduce recidivism and increase public safety for all and ensure trust in the judicial system. Our court is small yet mighty. As you can see, the citizens elected Judge Jefferson to lead us. I am the court administrator. Evan Venrick is our deputy court administrator who oversees 6 court specialists. We have Miss Christy Meistus, who is our community justice coordinator. And in that role, she oversees our probation department as well as our conditional cases, helping our defendants to stay on track and be set for successful completion of their cases in a timely fashion. Brittany Golden is our court navigator, our court resource navigator. She is the assistant of defendants that have barriers to success, such as homelessness, unemployment, and mental health concerns, and she gets them the resources they need in order to overcome those barriers and attain success to complete their cases. Ames Stenson is our Restorative Justice Program Director, and they oversee our Restorative Justice Program, and Judge Jefferson is going to speak more to that later in the presentation. Some numbers that might interest you all is, in fact, we are a busy court handling around 4,500 cases per year on average. That is a decrease from previous years due to the pandemic, legislative initiatives, and pressures impacting law enforcement, as well as implementing our restorative and rehabilitative programs to our system. As you can see, this chart shows for the cases over the last 3 years. Our criminal cases include crimes against persons, which includes assault and harassment, crimes against public peace, which include disorderly conduct and false reports, as well as property crimes such as shoplifting and trespass, animal offenses, which include dangerous behavior and running at large, offenses involving minors, such as our juvenile cases, as well as wrongs to children, code violations, such as snow removal and zoning, as well as other offenses such as drug paraphernalia, open liquor, tax cases, and short-term rental violations. As you can see, we are a court that handles a wide variety of cases, including domestic violence, which is likely the most serious case that we handle. They have a propensity of further action, sometimes violence, so therefore we issue formal no contact orders and firearm relinquishment orders. In previous years, we have handled hundreds of these cases. These cases can be filed here in the municipal court or at the county court, depending on the severity of the case and officer discretion. Our court is structured with these cases in mind, with the impact of our probation services and our court navigation, along with the police department's victim advocate program. Here are the different types of hearings and warrants that we do. In our arraignments, that's generally our first-time appearances, but also includes our in-custody hearings, which statutorily are mandated to have court-appointed counsel present. That is an unfunded mandate, and we get assistance from the DOLA grant in some of those funding for that. It also includes our Sunday hearings, which is another unfunded mandate that requires a bond hearing within 48 hours of incarceration. Our trials include court trials, which are before the judge, and jury trials. Our hearings include motions, review hearings, record sealings, traffic hearings, and others. On our warrant side, those warrants are actually arrest warrants as well as bench warrants for those that fail to appear, defaults in our traffic infraction cases for failure to appear, as well as in our parking cases. And then collections, you can see those numbers, and that's for people that fail to pay their court costs and fines, and that are mostly referred to as money-only matters. All of this work is done by the few people that were mentioned previously and within our court's mission. Judge Jefferson, if you would like to take over and explain our mission, values, and goals.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation, KJ. The court's simple mission is to ensure justice with dignity for all. Our court must ensure a fair and impartial system that ensures accountability for all parties, including the court itself. We must give respect to all appear and try to earn our community's trust. We welcome and apply this standard to all who appear. Our community as a whole has been recently reminded that confidence in our system of justice is fragile and not universal and cannot be taken for granted. The court must protect the rights of all people, not just some favorites. In my humble opinion, the way in which we do our jobs at the courthouse helps set the tone and the credibility of the people's opinions of government as a whole. If we're fair in our administration of justice, the public will feel more respected and protected, more like they are being treated fairly, and more satisfied that they've had their opportunity to be heard. The court has a responsibility to provide access to seek justice, a place to peacefully resolve disputes, and a place to go feel safe that their rights as a person and a defendant in a case are protected equitably and fairly. We are now providing more court-appointed attorney services in our court to help ensure better understanding for all who qualify, including all cases where the defendant is in custody at the time of the hearing as required by law. One of the court's other primary functions is to deter and punish crimes when appropriate. This helps create, define, and enforce social norms through a legal public process. Jail is sometimes an appropriate sanction in our cases for the dangerous and for the egregious situations. However, our court also has a rehabilitative and restorative function. On an individual level, this is accomplished with interventions for individuals who find themselves on self-destructive, violent, or harmful paths. Our goal is not just to punish crimes, but also to refocus an individual on education, personal responsibility, rehabilitation, and ultimately restoration of the community. On a community level, this restoration function provides opportunities for deeper mutual understanding and healing for all involved, allows victims to play a meaningful role in the legal process, and also helps provide opportunities for the defendants to repair harm as much as possible, including restitution, all in an effort to ultimately protect public safety for everyone in our community. Our court has a shared mission with many local and regional agencies and have recently cultivated great partnerships for service. This reflects a more community-based approach that creates win-win situations in our community. These partnerships help remove the financial hurdles to the education, mental health counseling, substance abuse treatment, and other services needed for successful rehabilitation. We've also expanded pretrial services and probation-funded services like monitored sobriety, substance abuse, and domestic violence counseling just last year. These great partnerships have also provided meaningful community service opportunities that provide defendants both an opportunity to right a wrong in our community through public service, as well as an opportunity to get services and resources for themselves, all at no cost to them or our court. These efforts help ensure personal responsibility is ultimately achieved rather than simply a waiver or reduction of sentencing based on inability to pay. We now provide resource guides available to all defendants and the public, including one specifically for U.S. military veterans, another for juveniles, as well as a general that connect them all with local agencies that provide services from food, clothing, and medical services to emergency housing. Our court is also dedicated to improving perceived fairness and efficiency within the legal system. We have embraced the national trend of justice reform. We have embraced many forms of newly expanded alternative sentencing for those that qualify, including work release, in-home detention, special jail treatment, and education programs, in addition to our local rehabilitative and restorative practices. We have also implemented court date reminders by phone and hope to expand to text or email very soon. Our focus on fairness and efficiency has also led to recent improvements in access to justice. The court has a new standing docket where individuals without the means to post bond can go before the judge for bond reconsideration. This process allows the defendant to proactively address their issue, usually without being arrested, and is an efficient use of system resources to resolve their matter in a timely manner. We are now also handling some cases virtually where appropriate, and that new capability substantially increases court efficiency, ensures public safety through our ability to ensure our own continuity of operations, as well as provides another level of service to the public. We have implemented a new case management software and hope to relaunch the public portal on our website very soon for more payment options and info on cases like your next court date. In an effort to reach our goals, particularly with rehabilitation and restoration and community collaboration, we've implemented 2 new wonderful programs in 2021 that we want to highlight today. I view both programs as extensions of our court itself and functions that fit the mission and with great flexibility to meet our community needs. First, we have the Court Navigator program. This program is a voluntary engagement for now, but may evolve to include a more formalized diversionary program in the future. The Court Navigator program's goal is to improve community and individual outcomes through increased voluntary cooperation. This helps clients achieve their goals, including their court obligations. The Court Navigator works privately with the client to define the barriers that have made success difficult and develop an individualized plan to achieve personal responsibility. This includes partnering with local agencies to provide resources for rehabilitative services like mental health counseling, as well as other basic needs like housing, food, and employment resources. This program is a true asset to our community as it enhances public trust in both our local justice system, as well as increases public safety and saves money for taxpayers. In 2021, the program served at least 42 clients in our part-time pilot project, and in 2023, year-to-date, with our full-time program, we've served at least 60 individuals. This program has now served hundreds in our community, and we are working on better ways to report more detailed data on the program through its multiple renditions in just a few short years. We have considered only a small minority served to be unsuccessful and resulted in a bench warrant for failure to appear or comply. Most all clients have been referred to housing, and many were housed during their cases. In fact, we had 17 housed in 2021 alone. Many have been provided smartphone devices through connections with federal funding. Most were referred to mental health treatment, and most all clients have completed some form of community service since engaging with the program. We've also attempted to contact over 1,000 individuals with active bench warrants throughout the duration of the program and have had success with at least over 50 come in to resolve their case as a result of contact with the program. Most all clients have been qualified for Medicaid and food stamps, and only a few have needed assistance with re-enrollment or redeterminations. Now I'd like to introduce our Inglewood Municipal Court Restorative Justice Program and provide an overview of restorative justice concepts and specifics on our program. Our program mission is to foster resilience through restorative and collaborative community and system responses to crime and conflict. But what is restorative justice? Restorative justice practices are victim-centered, community-based responses to a crime or conflict, which creates an opportunity for accountability, repairing harm, and restoring relationships. This works through a facilitated conversation between the responsible party or offender, the harmed party or victim, and the community as a whole. A contract is agreed upon by all to repair the harm created by the offense. These restorative practices are victim-centered. They're rooted in indigenous practices and the values of relationship, respect, responsibility, repair, and reintegration, the 5 R's of restorative justice. They can be utilized prior to formal criminal legal involvement or at a variety of levels within the traditional legal system. In our court, this amounts to a diversionary program opportunity for appropriate cases after a criminal justice filing with our court. Eligibility in the program requires that, number 1, the harmed party or the victim consent. If the harmed party or victim does not consent to the diversionary restorative justice program, it is denied. Number 2, the responsible party or offender must take personal responsibility. If they do not take personal responsibility, they are not allowed in the restorative justice program. Number 3, the type of offense At this time, we've created a pretty wide window of opportunity. At least initially, we really focused substantially on juvenile cases. At this point, this program is handling the overwhelming majority to the tune of 90+% of our juvenile docket. We are handling adult cases at this time and simply defined that this program is inappropriate for those with active bench warrants, those with domestic violence charges, and those with traffic issues, or the case is only traffic. So right now, we've identified a pretty wide opportunity for types of offenses. However, each case must also meet the city prosecutor's approval as well as the judge's approval in order to be sent through the restorative justice program. Participation in the restorative justice program is voluntary for all stakeholders and creates the win-win-win opportunity when the victim consents, when the person is taking responsibility, and the opportunity exists to successfully resolve the harm without future criminal justice involvement. In Colorado, 90% of offenders who participate in the restorative justice program successfully complete their restorative justice contracts, and 95% of participants, including victims and offenders, are satisfied with the conference outcomes. Offender recidivism rates are approximately 8 to 10%, substantially lower than in a traditional criminal case. Research also indicates that utilizing restorative justice can disrupt the school to prison pipeline as well as interrupt cyclical involvement in the criminal justice system. Our 2022 annual report showed very similar results in Inglewood for our first full year of our program in 2022. I'm very excited for that. The program goals, of course, are to increase public safety, empower community members to participate and facilitate restorative justice programs, processes in their own community, engage and educate community members, partners, and other stakeholders about restorative justice concepts, create restorative leadership opportunities to build positive community, social capital, and restorative community partnerships. If you would like to get involved, please take a look at our website. We do at this time invite any adult or youth over the age of 15 to represent the community voice in the restorative justice conferences, to facilitate and be trained up to handle those restorative justice conferences, to be a surrogate victim in the restorative justice process, to speak on the impacts to the victim or to the community as a whole, to join the advisory team, or to help us create a youth advisory team. I know that we have a couple of upcoming sessions here in June as well as July. I included those dates in the presentation: June 13th, 12 to 1, and July 11th, 12 to 1. Please join us for an upcoming information session to learn more about the program. At this time, I want to thank you all for being part of the same community I'm proud to call home. Our people and our relationships are what define us as a small town in the big city. Your combined engagement and contributions to the community as elected officials, city leadership and staff, a resident or business or friend, are what make Inglewood so great. Thank you for the opportunity to share tonight. Finally, I'd like to end with a reminder that we all share a collective responsibility for ensuring and securing liberty and justice for all here in Inglewood. As Martin Luther King famously said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." The rule of law in which our nation and our city is founded is sustained only by society's collective belief in it and our collective responsibility to uphold it. At this time, I do want to invite your questions or concerns. I do think we need to discuss and define how we, as separate branches of our local government, work together in the best interest of the community and try to gain some agreement about how to communicate and give feedback to each other on issues that impact our local justice system and ultimately public safety in Inglewood. I'm present here tonight to begin that process in good faith as a co-equal and separate branch of our local government, and I provided some articles and information in the packet that may be helpful background information on these topics. First, I included a couple of articles from the American Bar Association talking about the role and structure and independence of courts. Next, I provided information on the Colorado Municipal Judges Association that represents over 270 municipal courts in the state, and an organization that I am the elected vice president in charge of education at our next conference for CLEs in October. So if you know of any good speakers that should speak to judges, please reach out to me. Next, I included videos from our court, videos that all of our court staff watch in an effort to communicate our court culture and processes as well as problem-solving programs. I also included excerpts from a policy paper on best practices regarding info regarding revenue from courts. I also included a recent CML article on home rule and local control. And finally, I also included a metric that we used as only one tool that we look at in including and thinking about our own staffing levels. At this time, I stand for questions or conversation regarding these issues.
Court Administrator, Ms. Julien, Judge Jefferson, thank you very much for your time tonight. Thanks for going over your programs that you just recently put in place over the last few years, as well as allowing us to start this dialogue. I know that we haven't had a chance to meet in the past few years, but I appreciate you guys making time for us tonight. And I'll open it up for questions from council, if there are any. Member Noonekamp.
I'll kick us off. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the information. It's incredibly helpful and wonderful to engage with you all more than just, once or twice a year, and to hear about the work that you're doing. I'm particularly, to echo the mayor, interested in the programs that you have worked on the last couple of years, and I really appreciate the position of the municipal court in taking a really restorative justice and judicial reform kind of perspective to how we think about justice here in our community. As you know, before I was on council, I was a volunteer with the restorative justice program. I'm a very big fan of that program. I think it's doing really good work in the city and was grateful to be part of it. And some of our neighbors have noticed how great it's going, and I have talked to some of my colleagues in surrounding communities who have said, "How have you done that? It's so great." Do you think an opportunity to expand that program or to kind of share some of our resources or our learnings with, I'm thinking specifically our Tri-Cities group. We have worked so closely with Inglewood and Sheridan on our Tri-Cities homeless plan of action, and there's so much overlap with our restorative justice program. Is there a possibility for partnership with that group?
I certainly think so. In fact, like you said, we've been in communication with Littleton Municipal Court, and they have expressed some desire to learn more about restorative justice. We're providing some resources to them in an effort to try to help them learn how to fish and learn some of these basic practices. However, I do think that there's some possibility of cost sharing, and as long as, our service levels remain high for our people in our court, I do think that there is some economy of scale that could be benefited there, either through some form of an MOU or something in that range, or even something as large as a regional nonprofit, similar like they have in North Metro area of Denver now. And those conversations are just in their infancy, and so I don't know that I have a specific plan in mind on how to advance the ball on that, but that is something that we're actively talking about and actively working through. Another potential partner that I have in mind perhaps would be the Inglewood School District. I know that one of the major concerns was regarding the school to prison pipeline issues. In fact, one of the major referral sources for this program has been the Inglewood Middle School. We're very proud of that, and that we can resolve those issues without substantial criminal justice involvement and can divert those cases. And so maybe there's some possibility of expanding to a pre-criminal justice filing with them or in other areas of the city. But there's also, I think, expansion opportunities post-criminal justice filing, and that's really where our expertise, at least currently, lies in the model that I think we've proven here in Inglewood over the last, what would that be, year and a half? Okay. Anything to add to that, KJ?
No, I think you're right on track, Judge.
That's great. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad that you guys are exploring the possibility of an MOU or even some cost sharing. I believe actually Inglewood Schools already uses restorative justice practices within the district, and so there's a lot of opportunities to listen and learn to one another. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Russell.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Judge and Court Administrator, for coming to present to us. The question that I have is, I noticed you mentioned a couple times the unfunded mandates. And are the grants that we're getting covering most of those unfunded mandates, or is that a financial burden on the court system?
I think it is still a burden, and when you describe it as unfunded, I think I'm describing that portion where the need is higher. Perhaps that could be its own conversation in of itself, but there are several issues just since I've taken the bench here in Inglewood that have substantially impacted the cost of justice here in Inglewood. First and foremost, we talked a little bit, KJ mentioned the 48-hour hearing requirement, and so that's forced us into having some bond hearings on Sundays, and that has increased cost of operations to the tune of about $20,000 annually. We are recently mandated to automatically seal criminal justice records on every dismissal stemming from our court. That's a substantial mandate without any form of funding, and that just went into effect, I want to say January of this year. Going back to last year, we had the big unfunded mandate of outstanding judgment warrants going away. And that is a little bit of a misnomer in that it's not really a warrant for somebody to be taken into custody, but that is the notification that the court generates and provides to the Department of Motor Vehicles, notifying them that they have not resolved a traffic matter here in Inglewood, and prior to this recent reform would have resulted in somebody's driver's license being suspended. However, that authority has been taken away, and folks' driver's license are no longer suspended as a result of failure to appear or failure to pay traffic matters here in Inglewood. Going back further from that, we had in-custody court-appointed counsel. Now at every hearing where we see somebody in custody, whether it be from our Apple County Jail or other jail, we must provide them with a court-appointed lawyer. We do receive some partial funding for that. However, it does not make us whole from the city's perspective on the funding source. We also are working on working through more recent, I don't know if I'd call it an unfunded mandate, but substantial legislative changes that have made certain types of offenses mandatory personal recognizance, and when coupled with the issues post-COVID regarding no transportation on some municipal level holds, can create a bit of a revolving door on a lot of issues when folks are not looking to resolve their issue with the city. Going back further than that, may be worth noting that, you know, the imposition of debtor prison reform here in Colorado that took into effect 16, 17 type range, of course, had a substantial impact on the cost of justice in every municipality in the state, including our own. And some of those factors have really, along with perhaps what I would describe as the mental health and substance abuse epidemic, as well as folks experiencing homelessness here in Inglewood, have led to increased cost of our operations and decrease the number of filings on an annual basis. And I think maybe at the crux of some of what we want to talk about in the future here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is, under your 2020, 2021, and 2022 numbers, what do you attribute 2020 being the highest numbers, which really 2.5 months of that were normal, the rest was pandemic when most of us were locked up at home and stayed home. But those numbers just seem so out of whack or out of balance compared to 2021 and 2022. I'm just curious as to why.
Yeah, you know, it's sometimes difficult for me to speak more directly on enforcement issues, but I do know that 2020 represented an uptick for us in number of filings when compared to 2019, which is essentially the opposite of what most jurisdictions in Colorado experienced. Some of that has to do, I think, with police staffing and where they're at uniquely here in Inglewood. And so, you know, again, we were a little bit out of lockstep with the rest of the state, and it's a little bit difficult sometimes for me to speak more directly on those enforcement issues, but certainly 2020 represented an uptick in enforcement from the city over 2019, and then 2021 and in 2022 have represented substantial downticks in enforcement, pretty much across the board on every type of offense.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question on restorative justice.
Yes, sir.
I understand 90% of that program is juvenile, which I think is, I was going to say great, but that isn't great. I'm happy to see that. It's good. But I'm curious about, in the case of property damage or damage, something like that, where, how does restorative justice deal with cost reimbursement or anything like that?
Yeah, you know, what one might think of as criminal restitution is almost always included in the accountability contract that is signed off by all the participants in the community group conferencing circle. And so at that circle, you'll have, of course, the offender and then of course the harmed party, as well as their representatives, as well as community members, and they will sit around and discuss the harm that was created by the action, as well as the resolution of that harm. And one of the essential elements of resolution of that harm is potential out-of-pocket, what some folks might think of as criminal restitution, that defendant will need to pay in order to successfully complete that contract. And that is one of the items that is looked at that circle in conjunction with everybody there.
Okay, so
And so they would need to pay that amount if that was part of the contract in order to successfully complete the case.
and you can do that with a juvenile? Okay.
Correct. Correct.
I didn't understand that or didn't know that. Thank you.
And it can be a little bit difficult with juvenile cases. Sometimes the family may have to step in and help out with that. And so there are some considerations regarding ability to pay and impact on the family, incurring financial hardships and that sort of thing. And so that is something that needs to be taken into account. But when it's diverted through the restorative justice program, they're making that decision at the circle and with the victim's consent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem.
So you made reference to the separation of powers earlier in your presentation, and as you know, this body holds the power of the purse. So I'd like to talk a little bit about raw numbers, because as I analyze these raw numbers, I'm a little bit perplexed at the trends that are showing. So when I look in our 2023 budget book, I see the court's budget in 2020 was about $1.05 million, $1,050,000. In 2021, 1.13. In 2022, it jumps to 1.5. And the budget for 2023 is 1.55, roughly. But then I look at revenues from the courts, and in 2020, the revenues were $857,000, and in 2023, they were $483,000. So we have an inversely proportional relationship to the cost of operation and the revenues. But in addition to that, we also have an inversely proportional relationship between the cost of operation and the number of items, the number of cases, the number of hearings, the number of warrants being issued by the court. And that is in your presentation. If we reference your presentation statistics, in 2020, the court held a total of just over 10,000 hearings. In 2022, it was about 65% of that, 6,497 hearings. Same thing for warrants, defaults, and collections, except that number is less than half, 2,944 in 2020 and 1,214 in 2022. So the coldest way to look at this is to associate those things with declining performance. And that's not really how I want to look at it, but it does perplex me a little bit when I look at a cost that is steadily increasing, a revenue that is consistently dropping, and a caseload that is also dropping. I find it difficult to justify the cost increases when we have an ever-decreasing caseload. And that leads me to believe that I need to make some evaluations, or this body needs to make some evaluations as to the staffing that we provide to the courts, what a necessary staffing level is, given that the lion's share of the costs on an annual basis, just like any city department, are embedded in personnel.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess I'll begin my response by simply stating that revenue generation for the government is not a goal of the court. And I understand where you're coming from regarding the increased cost of operations. I'll suggest that every budget, of course, is approved by this body on an annual basis. And every year is scrutinized and discussed, or should be. I'll point out that the difference between the 2020 and the 2021 budgets was the implementation at council direction of the restorative justice program to the tune of $100,000. And so in my mind, 20 to 21 actually represented a reduced budget, not an increased budget. 2021 to 2022 represents an era where the council was substantially increasing the cost of payments to employees. As you're probably well aware, the overwhelming majority of our costs from our courts are spent on people, and those have substantial impacts on our budget. And the difference between the actual amounts spent in 2021 and 2022, in my mind, do not outpace the amount that was approved by this council for the salary increases. Moving on to 2022 to 2023, I think is also a little bit unfair in that you're probably comparing an actual amount, I have it down as 1.1 and some change, to a budgeted amount, which I believe was in the 1.4 range for 2023 after taking into account some vacancy savings that in working with the city manager's office. I'll also note that a lot of what I described regarding unfunded mandates and reforms have substantially increased the cost of criminal justice and the cost of maintaining public safety. I think you're somewhat aware of those when it comes to the police reform issues and the amount of money that we're now having to pay officers in order to deal with those issues, the increased staffing levels required to meet those new state mandated requirements of our police department. A lot of the issues that I relatively quickly ran through today, in my mind, tell the story in conjunction with step-down enforcement as to the questions you're asking me. And I'm happy to spend a little more time, perhaps in another session, that's geared more towards these issues of numbers and finance at a future date where I can explain that a little more thoroughly. But I think the information here can outline that story pretty directly. Certainly when caseload is falling, revenue is also going to fall.
And I'll just point out, Judge, that we are entering the 2024 budget cycle as we speak. So if you do want to weigh in on the court's budget in a subsequent study session, we need to do that quickly because this body will be making some decisions that may affect your budget in the upcoming budget cycle. I have one other question for you, which is who, in your mind, do your employees report to? The court's employees, who is the ultimate authority over those employees?
I think we showed the org chart there, so I'll start with that question. Certainly our court administrator handles those and they directly report to her. She then directly reports to me as the elected judge here.
Okay, so I think there may be room to clarify that as well, given that my review of the charter and the Inglewood Municipal Code indicates that city staff report to the city manager. And if there is an opportunity for us to clarify that, I think having a better understanding of the actual line of authority would help this body in the future as we're communicating with the courts as well.
And I think that's something we discussed. I think both the city manager and I agree that the court administrator directly reports to the judge. I don't want to misspeak on that, though. Is that a fair statement? And therefore, differentiates us from that charter provision in my mind as a separate branch of government here in Inglewood. I'd have to review that a little more thoroughly to discuss that a little bit more detailed. I'll also suggest that when it comes to the court's budget, that the charter suggests that the elected judge make the recommendation for all necessary items, and the council shall provide as recommended for necessary items. And so while I respect that this court or this council holds the purse strings of the people's money, I also would maybe suggest a review of that, because in my mind, I don't think it's possible for me to lose the recommendation. I mean, the recommendation comes from me by definition, by charter.
Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry, just one moment. If someone else wants to go, they can. I know the charter provision that the judge is referring to, but it will take me a moment to
Okay.
find it. I disagree with the interpretation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll pass it over to Member Nunnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question just on some of the data, and bear with me as a layperson who is not intimately familiar with the inner workings of the municipal court. The data is quite helpful, the table with all of the annual data from the last few years. When we see things like hearings and trials and arraignments in this table, are those all hearings that have been scheduled within the court, or are they all hearings that have actually happened within the court? Can you help me understand that better?
Yes. So it would be, since these are annual reports, these would have been those that did occur
Okay.
in the past.
That's quite helpful, thank you. And then one question, looking at, your org chart, which is quite helpful, and I believe that our court is open 5 days a week, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know how that compares to other municipal courts and other municipalities, both on staffing levels and days of service, especially related to the number of cases, and how that might impact some of those decisions that you make?
I think the council essentially asked a very similar question in a council request that we had just recently provided, and highlight that, we spend a lot of time sort of right-sizing what we're thinking about doing, and perhaps maybe to dovetail on what Mayor Pro Tem was asking me, we're planning on coming forward with a reduced budget here in a relatively short time frame, given the city manager's request for recommendations. I want to say in the next month. Sean, help me out. What was the deadline there? Yeah, okay. So we're hopefully on the goal line of defining what that reduced budget looks like for recommendations for 2024. And we do take into account what others are doing, but in our response here, I think we outlined some of the substantial differences between us and a lot of our neighbors and other courts. It makes comparing apples to apples sometimes a little bit difficult in that arena, but we certainly ask ourselves these questions about what is the right size to serve our community and ensure legal due process for everyone who comes through our doors. And that's just a slightly different lens, I think, than some other stakeholders might look at these issues through. And I think that is the wisdom of our founding fathers in setting out the charter provision section 70 that I described. And obviously in my mind, you still retain some check on that authority, right? By saying, hey judge, is this really necessary? And let's have that conversation. So if that's where we're at, let's have that conversation.
It's really helpful, thank you so much.
Anything else for members of council? Don't see any more questions. Mayor Jefferson, Ms. Julien, thank you very much for your time tonight. I appreciate the open dialogue and look forward to working with you here closely over the next few months.
Thank you. I look forward to continued conversations. Before I forget, though, Judge Lucero, Jonathan Lucero did join us, as well as Judge Dave Spracacci, and I just wanted to identify them here in the audience as well and thank them for their years of service to the community. And thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to the next agenda item, we have our UDC Steering Committee joint session here with City Council. I think we have some members here in person as well as some members online. We'll just give a few minutes to. Sorry, how did that Oh, no, we got plenty more. There should be some online, right? Yes, there are some online. Not sure if there's anybody that would like to kick us off from the UDC committee, or Planning Manager Isham, did you want to kick us off?
Sure. So I believe this came as a request from City Council to have a chance to sit down and speak to the steering committee and its members on kind of the process that they've gone through and how it's worked and how it's looked from their end. So the staff doesn't have a presentation. We're just here to open it up for dialogue between council and the steering committee.
Perfect. Actually, if we can have members of the steering committee introduce themselves first in person, then we'll have those that are online. I'm not sure, I can't see the entire screen, so we'll just go down the line.
I'm Andy Taylor.
Brenda Hubka.
Carl Adams.
And online?
Tina Prang.
Kate Fuller.
Michelle Austin.
I believe that may be everyone. Thank you very much for making time for us tonight. And yeah, we wanted to have this joint session. Obviously, the UDC here is going to be winding down here in the next, actually, potentially you could have had your last meeting depending on how the rest of the night goes tonight. But basically, yeah, we wanted to understand how your process worked. And since, at least from my perspective, since we're going to be talking about a housing task force later on tonight, like to understand what worked, what didn't work, what are some of the lessons learned that we can potentially, you know, what are some of the lessons learned from your committee that we may want to understand for this potential new housing task force as well? So I guess, I'm not sure if any members of council have anything else in terms of what they're looking to cover tonight, but I think that may be a good first step, just understanding your process and where, you know, what went right within the UDC committee. If anybody wants to jump in first.
Okay, I will.
Go ahead, Ms.
I
Hupka.
did spend some hours over the last couple days going back to the first meeting and reviewing what we did, and not just really what we did, but what was the project goals and how we went about this. Now, I think Chris from the consultant firm did a great job, and I think our city planners have done a great job. It's breathtaking what we overtook. This is the code. I mean, we talk about it in abstract terms. Just want to remind everybody, it's a big, big project. It is pages and pages and pages. And I know that I'm not the only one who spent time away from just these meetings looking at new and comparing it to old. We were given a list of what our roles and responsibilities were, and I'm going to read those out loud because that'll help us all. It was to contribute as much as you can and as little as you want, analyze your community with a critical eye, review and discuss topics, offer unique perspective, have an open mind, represent your constituency, keep the big picture, the long run in view, and advocate for this process and project. And those are important things. You know, from the beginning, the city planners stressed the importance of gaining public input and input from council as outlined in the community engagement plan, and I don't think they failed in this measure. They recognized that reaching the aging population was an issue with aging electronic media. Carl suggested that we do an outreach at the O'Malley Center. I don't know if that ever happened. There may have been a COVID concern at the time. But Englewood set up tables at Celebrate Englewood and at the block party where they handed out surveys in addition to the Englewood magazine. There were also, during the last 2 years, there were 2 public open houses. They looked for broad-based input and all the ideas were vetted. And as part of that, the public hearings are part of that process. And it may not end up being perfect, but you know, this can be amended, whatever we do. It's not the end of it. But in regards to, I have a lot of notes, so I'll skip. In regards to housing affordability, we saw the same root policy discussion that you were all given. We saw it in October of 2021. She explained the complexities and the barriers. The lecture of that night took up almost all the time. I assumed we were going to pick up that discussion later with, and we were going to be brought a proposal from the planners or the consultant. And it would be sometime later that we learned that affordable housing was off the table. We also, that was in October, I believe. In November on the 21st, we were presented a solution for our housing. Well, we saw a presentation on the missing middle. but it wasn't presented as a solution, as a housing problem. It really didn't have a title to the discussion at all. UDC members expressed concern about a lack of home ownership. That's kind of how we took this discussion versus we have so many renters. And then there was a couple comments made about ADUs. It was also a discussion about mixed use, and I didn't realize that this was a discussion about creating more housing. Now, at the end, they asked if we had more to chime in on, but it just wasn't presented in a way that we thought necessitated a discussion about duplexes and density in R1. Like, we didn't know that was an issue at the time. I'm speaking for myself, but based upon the questions, few understood the impact of this discussion and why we were having it. Either an assumption was made that we understood that missing middle housing affects the housing stock, or the impact was deliberately not addressed. I don't know. But Brooke did offer that we need to start looking at less density and more scale and size. And I think that is the direction we have gone at the end of the day. This evolved to a general discussion on neighborhood character, which has been a very big part of our discussion as well. And I did offer at some point, Wade tried to steer the discussion towards housing types in low, medium, and high density. I kind of wanted to go neighborhood by neighborhood, but that might have proved to be too much, but that's what I wanted to do. In the end, though, what we have is, I think, a good compilation of what everybody wanted. We don't have slot homes. You're not going to see slot homes. But you are going to see pretty good-sized buildings. Just according to zoning, you're either going to have 12 feet next to you, 15 feet, or 17. One of the things, though, that I asked and Kate asked, especially when it came to Missy Middle, and you all can, I shouldn't speak for you, but it would have been really helpful, especially in interacting with the public, if we had pictures of existing housing and could say, oh, this is what this size looked like, this is what this wall looks like, this is what some of the duplexes already look like in our existing neighborhoods, and we never got that. So that was disappointing. I think it would have helped us all communicate better and understand, and that the pictures and diagrams we were shown, there was a lot of public input on it. We were all shared them, but it's just not the same thing as having a real picture of a building. And with that, I don't want to take up anybody else's time.
Thank you very much for the feedback, Ms. Hupka. Anyone else want to add?
Hello, members of council. I apologize for being late. I thought we had till 7, so apologize for getting here a few minutes late. The way I understand it, the question is, do we need more time, or are we happy with the?
No, so actually the question was more just terms of just lessons learned, or what type of feedback do you have regarding the process itself over the last 2 years that you have been meeting? And I guess I kind of prefaced it by stating, since we're going to be talking about a housing task force later on tonight, what are some of the lessons learned that we may want to apply if we do put together a housing task force later on tonight, or at least start asking to move forward with in that regard? Just trying to understand, like, what is it that did work, what didn't work, that we could potentially use into the future.
And I'll add just a few notes to that. I think it was a very collaborative process. We had an excellent consultant, I believe, that was assisting us in putting together these documents. This is not something I would recommend that anybody do on their own. If that was a concern of whether we were spending the right amount of money to do this, it was well worth every penny to understand not only what we can do here, what our neighboring communities are doing, but also what is being done around the rest of the country. And so I think there was a significant benefit in having the consultant team assisting us here. I think some of the lessons learned is we're not going to make everybody happy, right? We need to figure out what is the best solution, what makes the most sense for us as a community, and what makes most sense for the zones that we have, and how do we apply the different bulkings, the different standards that we want to apply, and that we're going to have to all make some compromises on what's actually going to work and what's not going to work. I have my own feelings on it. I'm trying to set myself aside and try to figure out what's the best for the Inglewood community, and, where density makes sense, let's try to put some density there. Where it doesn't make sense, maybe we don't have as much density or some as high buildings as maybe in some other areas. And I think we have that opportunity in the city. There's a lot of different zones that we have. As our team had mentioned, there's probably more zones than they were expecting for a community of 30,000 people. But maybe they do all make sense, and maybe those are right to use to make sure that we're making transitions in neighborhoods that we need to make. And, making sure, again, that everybody's heard, but also that we have to make a decision to what we think is the best for the community. And that's why we're all here to do that. And I thank all the team that's here. I think, the consultant team again for helping guide us. But, I think we're in a pretty good place. We've had a lot of conversations. We've had a lot of discussions. We provided our input. I know you all have provided your input. We've gone back and looked at a few different items. And, I think it's time that we write some things down and make some decisions so it can be implemented and start, being used by the community. Because I think that's one of the more important things that we can do as a commission and as a government organization, is to actually get those things down on paper so they can start being used.
Thank you for that, Mr. Haggerty. Actually, if I could just come back to Ms. Hupka's point, I'm just kind of curious because this is a very dense subject. So it sounds like when you met with the route policy team and they gave you the presentation that they gave us in September, they gave it to you in October. It sounds like they provided you the presentation, you weren't aware, or you had to basically make sense of the data in real time, but weren't ready for it at that point to provide input or at least provide any type of, what am I trying to say here? You weren't able to provide any type of direction towards some of the content that was brought up that evening. And so there was no second chance. Route policy didn't come back to you the following month to kind of go over the report, or when you were talking the missing middle. Same thing there where they were asking for direction, but they didn't provide a subsequent meeting to provide direction. Did I understand that correctly, Ms. Hupka?
They really didn't ask.
Okay.
We didn't, and the problem with the problems that we kind of had was we ran out of time. These were presentations, there were questions. I don't know if we knew to ask those questions. So we've had this affordability question, and they showed us the conundrum and the challenges there is. So I assumed we were going to pick it up next month. In fact, all of this I thought we were going to keep talking about, but it was segmented. Okay, we're done with this section. Now it's the next month, so we're going to talk about parking. I didn't know to expect that. And in addition, at the outset, they said we were going to meet twice a month. And it was going to be at this, right before planning and zoning. I kind of had an expectation too that since I'm on the planning and zoning committee, that we were going to pick up those conversations there too. But in planning and zoning, we've only conducted city business when asked by the city. So in planning and zoning, we've not had any of these conversations at all. And I have some concerns about that, I will say, that it's going to be really long meetings. And also, one of the things that was not told to us is, since we went through this, not on a section-by-section basis, because it's being reorganized, but we did it on kind of a topic-by-topic issue, is a lot of us assumed that we would then vote on just parking and just bulk plane. But no, when we go into planning and zoning, it's one vote. It's either all of it yes or all of it no, which is fine, but then it comes to council, and if it's split, if it's not all 100% yes, how is council going to know what we didn't like and what we did like? How is council going to know, oh, well, some of the people thought this was a bad idea because they're representing their people? You're not going to know. Find some, I don't know if that's a legal parameter that we have to do just one vote or what, but I see it as a little problematic.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hupka. Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, I think the process was, we started out really well with being able to be a part of the selection process of our consultants. So I think that started with a lot of trust in this process. I think you all were working through a lot of the same material we were, tending to be we were maybe a month ahead at times, maybe sometimes getting stuff afterwards. And I think what could have helped with that process is if you were able to refer questions to us for us to dig into on a little bit more technical basis, I think that would have enabled us to have some more back and forth, because you all were hearing from a lot of folks who were not necessarily showing up to our meetings. And so some of those questions that you're getting, we're getting some from folks that we run into in the community as well. But if there were some ability for us to kind of dig into some of those issues that you maybe had questions about, I think that might improve some of the operations of these task force going forward.
Thank you for that, Mr. Taylor. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. And I would like more people to weigh in also, and I do appreciate your input, Brenda and Mr. Hegarty. This is one of the things that I have been very concerned about, is that have you been discussing the direction and that it should be going at each step along the way? That is very concerning to me, because it kind of sounds like maybe you haven't. And because, I mean, my understanding, and it could be wrong, why we put the task force together was not only for you to give your input to staff and to the consultant, but it was, to make decisions and guide the direction that this is going, perhaps even before it came to council. And I mean, I may be understanding this wrong, but I am concerned if I am understanding it right. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Haggerty, go ahead.
I might feel slightly different than Brenda feels, and I think Brenda's done an amazing job of really digging into the information. There's a ton of information that's here. I don't feel like we didn't have the opportunity to guide that information. I do feel like we were relying on our consultants to help us make those decisions that, even in my profession, which is closely related, isn't the discussion that's at hand. I am not a development code expert. I am here to support our community and try to make it the better place. And so I think we got the opportunity to read the information, to provide feedback, to influence a lot of those conversations, at least, whether that meant we had the final say. I don't think that's really going to be the case. I think the final say needs to be from all of us. And I believe it was Member Anderson who requested that we look at some of those additional density things. And those were conversations that we all took very seriously and tried to figure out what really made the most sense. So it was, I think, sometimes challenging to get information in. Maybe we could have gotten some more information early on to ask the questions. But I think they were all good questions that we were working on at the same time you were working on, that we're trying to, again, to get to a solution, to a document that's going to help us all be able to be clear moving forward with the development community that is going to be using this. So I think we had a lot of those opportunities. Could we have all used them a little bit better? Probably. But, I think we all tried to do the best that we could with the information that was provided in the time that we all took. And it was a lot of time that we all took to invest into listening and providing input into it. Thank you.
Member Anderson.
Well, I just wanted to weigh in just from, I took a time to watch many of the steering committee meetings, and I just want to thank you guys for all the work you've put in. I mean, lots of presentations, lots of feedback, and really a lot of the time you're drinking from the fire hose. There's so much information coming at you, and as I was watching those meetings, sometimes like, oh, I wish they'd give a little more feedback on that. But then in the end, you're still processing it. And then as the meetings progressed, I did see, a little more input, and you guys taking the reins, I think, a little in really positive ways, and providing some direction. That's really what I was hoping out of the steering committee, is that we would get some really thoughtful community feedback, and ultimately something that P&Z could look at and say, this has been really worked through. And I absolutely think that's where we're at, is you guys have done a tremendous job. I mean, I think there's lots of things you could look back and say, oh, did that meeting, did we miss something at that meeting? Did we go, and I don't know if it's, if you want to try to re-engineer the past at this point, just go with it and say, hey, we did the best we could on a very complex topic, and I just really appreciate it. I think the product that that council's going to get to look at coming out of P&Z is going to be a tremendous, represent a tremendous amount of work and thoughtfulness from all of you, and I think you've done a really good job, and I'm really, really thankful for the whole committee for all the work that's gone into it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to echo my colleague, Councilman Anderson's thanks there. I couldn't have said it better myself. I, prior to coming on to council, had the opportunity to serve on a citizen board that discussed a very controversial topic in our city, and not every night was easy. So I really appreciate the labor there. One of the reasons why I wanted to have this meeting was because this is really the first opportunity we've had since we appointed this board to check in personally. And as we went through the process, I did hear from some board members that they felt as if it was more about presenting to them what was going to happen than it was for them to, contribute effectively to the process. And the question that comes out of that for me is when we formed this board, there was a question of whether we wanted to appoint one or more council liaisons to work with the board, or if we just wanted the board to stand alone and work by itself. I think a few months ago or some time ago, council kind of threw a monkey wrench and said, hey, think about this idea too, which changed the process significantly. But do you think as a board that you would have worked more effectively with a council liaison, or did you do well as a standalone? And do you think we accomplished what we were looking to do, which was really to have a citizen-driven process on development?
Yeah, I didn't introduce myself earlier, Bernie Costello. To answer that question directly, I think it's hard to say. I think sometimes it works. The answer might be yes, sometimes no. Ultimately, City Council is always going to have a lot of input into this. What I would like to say is I would like to reiterate some of the statements that have been said here and thank the consultants and the staff here, which have been excellent in getting us to this point. The one point I would like to have, though, is that I understand we're handing this off. This is kind of like, hey, let's move this forward. But if there are things, especially things that are more nitty-gritty or details that need to be worked out, I'm personally speaking now, but I would welcome further discussion with either City Council or with the consultants and staff to work through those. I would like to thank the other members of the steering committee because I think it was a great sort of big picture overview of what we were, sort of tasked to do and what the city, I think the city needs are. For someone who spends most of their days dealing with zoning codes and such like that, I sometimes dove into some of the more particulars and details of it. And I think those things will still be worked out. I have faith in the staff for those things to be fleshed out accordingly. But if there is a feeling from any of the members on the steering committee or council where there needs to be further dialogue, I think, and maybe I'm speaking for myself, I think we would welcome that, even if it has to be funneled through staff or otherwise.
And looking at shaping the process in the future, I'm finding this check-in meeting very informative, but we're towards the end of the process. Do you think that when we are looking at boards with similar functions in the future, we should structure some more frequent direct check-ins? We share community development staff and the consultant in common, but sometimes I find direct communication is a lot more effective. Not to say that anybody's doing anything wrong, but it helps me to hear things straight from the source.
I mean, I think more check-ins would be welcome, and I think it could be a good middle ground between having a liaison and not. I don't necessarily believe the city council liaison is necessary, but the communication, whenever there's more communication, it's better because that leads to less miscommunication and less misunderstanding, which we all know never happens and never gets broadcast that way. So, yeah, I think that's not a bad recommendation. I would welcome that.
Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you've done over the last over 2 years. And I wasn't around for a whole lot of it, but I do appreciate the question the Mayor Pro Tem asked, and I think it would be a great idea in the future that if the committee, the citizen committee, did meet periodically with council and full P&Z, and go over some of these things to make it more collaborative and maybe a little easier to get through it, the whole thing, and a lot more ideas coming out. So, you know, I think looking into the future, that's something. I'm pretty sure that back in 2003 and 4, and probably into 2002, it was much easier than this. I just feel certain because I was here in 2004 for some of it. But again, I appreciate all the work you've done. And I would hope that this council, in going over some of the things we're going over tonight and coming up in the future, the near future here, can come back to you as a group and get your feedback and thoughts on what we have as outcomes. So thank you.
Can I add one thing?
Go ahead, Ms. Hupka.
Chris, the consultant, did say in the beginning that I don't know what happened, his suggestion that it wouldn't have been a bad idea. He thought it might be a good idea to have a workshop with council and the technical building crew and UDC. So maybe a couple workshops would be a good idea for the next committee that's coming up. And of course, somebody from the city who will facilitate the conversation and not just somebody to take notes. You want a facilitator.
Go ahead, Mr. Haggerty.
Maybe I can ask one question also. Bernie, you do deal with this on a daily basis, and it sounded like you said there were some things that you still wanted to see worked out. Are there some things that we still need to go back and do? I mean, I know there's probably some details, but are there anything specific that we need to go back through? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to ask? Okay, thank you.
I'm speaking totally from a personal perspective of being overwhelmed with my work life right now and not necessarily having missed the last meeting too. So my point from a broader perspective is just, this is a big undertaking and it's going to set the table for a long time in the city. And it's a big part of property rights, and it's a big part of development and future, business and everything else in the city. So I don't want a couple weeks to ruin, something that could potentially have another round of oversight if it's necessary. I'm speaking totally from myself there. I don't know if the rest of the group feels that way.
Actually, I wouldn't mind hearing that answer from the group if there's unfinished business that they feel.
I mean, I'll start if we want to go down the line. Honestly, I do feel like we've gotten through the information. There was a couple pieces in the last meeting that we had that I believe need to just be hashed out and just presented to us. I can't say that I know every little detail that's going to be in there, but as we were talking about, what that final bulk plane decision was, I'm pretty sure I know the way we went, we were going to get that final product. I don't think I haven't seen that yet. I haven't checked the updated website or anything like that. There's probably a couple pieces of information that we still need to see the final version of, but I believe we've discussed everything that we need to discuss, if that's the answer I would provide.
Okay. Perfect. Anyone else want to add anything? Go ahead.
Hi, Aaron Martinez. I think if there's something we're missing, it's some of the nuance of support from each of the concepts. Like, great analogy, fire hose. We're getting a lot of information blasted at us. It's hard to direct where the fire hose should go if it's pointed at you. So I think that's how a lot of us felt through all of this, an incredibly big project, and just 2 hours a month, just couldn't do it. And so I think what we're lacking, if anything, is like I said, the nuance of the various, who supported which approaches and getting some of that support for each of those directions around density, around bulk plane. Lots of conversations, but at the end of meetings, we didn't quite have a coalescence of what the direction was. So that's my feedback.
I think we started with a lot of broad topics and goals for what we wanted to get out of this. And I think in the last year or so, we've really gotten into a lot of the technical details, and we haven't necessarily had the chance to step back and say, is this what we wanted to accomplish with this? Are we still seeing opportunities for more attainable housing here? And I think just even some of the decisions that we've been talking about lately related to bulk playing and whatnot, just those can have some big decisions on what's feasible on a given site. And so I think trying to make sure we're connecting some of these finishing technical details into that, I think some of that may be a discussion I think I'd pass on to council to really round out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trying to see if anybody has their hand up online. Don't see any hands. I'll go to you, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Anderson.
One thing we've talked about recently, and this doesn't necessarily directly relate to the work that you did, but the difference between in-person and online meetings. Do you think that it would have helped you as a group? I know you were formed around the time when the world was falling apart. To have met more often in person so that you could, I don't know, I don't want to push you in one direction or another, but I find it way easier to develop, personal collegial relationships with people when I'm in the same room with them. So do you think that would have changed anything at all, and what would you recommend in the future for that?
I came a few weeks ago to discuss the returning to in-person meetings, and generally speaking, I'm a big fan. There was a couple nights where it was cold and rainy or snowing, and I was super happy to be in my basement and having those meetings, and I thought they were still productive meetings. They were very good. I agree with Councilmember Ward that in person, I think you'll get a facial expression. Okay, well, what were you thinking there? That you might not get when you're doing a virtual meeting. So, for me, again, I think a combination is probably the way to go in the future. Should we do once a month or once every couple meetings in person to really make sure that we're hashing out some things and getting everyone's true opinion on it? Yeah, I think I'd be supportive of that. Does everyone need to be at every single meeting in person? Probably not.
Just to add to that, meeting in person certainly is a barrier for some. So would definitely advocate for, I think it works well if there's a combination of both. Just one thing I wanted to add was I think even more than just the format or the venue of the meeting, some more formalized structure to gather that input. I was just on the State Energy Code Board, which, by the way, in the last month was about 20 hours of commitment for the last month, just a lot more, but a thorough process of even voting and gathering input from individual members as part of the structure and agenda of the meeting, I think would be really helpful.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think a hybrid approach is probably where it's going to go. And these answers are usually generationally based as far as how people feel about things. But I do think in-person does have a benefit. I think just like tonight with the option of joining virtually, I think is maybe the way to go. Maybe not all meetings, but a few of them I think would be beneficial that way.
Yeah, if I may add, some of our meetings just needed to be informative. It needed to just explain things. Here's our, for instance, especially in the beginning, when we were just talking about the housing analysis. But I think the key work is you need to stop maybe once a quarter and have a workshop. Yeah.
I agree with everybody. It did not feel like a committee to me. I would have appreciated meeting in person on occasion to build relationships and get to know everybody. I'm open to a hybrid approach, but I've never had a conversation with the people here at the table in the last 2 years. A workshop, I love the idea of that. I do recommend that for future committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dirksen. Anyone else? Go to Member Anderson and then Member Nunekamp. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Adams, go ahead.
The hybrid meetings, I think it should have some personal effects in there. We've had some problems with people coming in to the public coming in to make comments. And as virtually, I don't think anybody has come in, checked in on the virtual meeting to give any comments. And there's supposed to have been some workshops that have been done throughout time, and I haven't really seen any results from that. But if we have a in-person meeting, people can probably come in. There's been complaints that they can't come virtual connection for whatever reason. So in-person will fix that, hopefully. Overall, this is a big job. So it's very complicated, it's very involved, and there's a lot of changes to be made. And to do this every 20 years, the changes need to be done correctly. So I think we need to go through it one time and then go over it, do the rough changes and then go through it and look at the changes and see, is that really needed? And what's that going to do? Why do we want to make that change? And then we'll go through, and then when we go through that second time, it's done. There's a lot of people that I've heard that it's going to take too long to do this and to do that. And it's going to be good for 20 years. So do it right, get it done, and hopefully it's correct for the next 20 years.
Thank you for that, Mr. Adams. I'll go to Member Anderson now.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to kind of react or respond to the feeling that I think you all have about, maybe all the details felt like they were worked out quite to your satisfaction. And I just want to encourage you guys. I guess we have a mix here of steering committee member meetings that aren't a part of P&Z, and then we have the P&Z members. I'm not even sure who all is in which category. So ultimately, by charter, P&Z is the group that has to make the decision and make the recommendation to council. And I really do hope when that comes before P&Z for a public hearing and you have the opportunity to make amendments, that you really take advantage of that process and work out the final details on stuff. If there are questions that are left hanging, you still, at least the P&Z members, have an opportunity to go in and make those changes. I think it could make for a lengthy meeting to work out some of those details. But I do think that's where ultimately the action takes place, is in those final. And I don't, having now been on council a few years, there's something very refining about a decision coming down to a vote, where you have to actually make the case for why you should amend it in this way or not amend it in this way or amend it in a different way. And the body gets a chance to deliberate and make those final decisions. So I think that opportunity to work out those details is still to come. I don't think you're ever going to get that same experience in a committee meeting where you really don't get a chance to make that final decision. That's going to happen at a P&Z meeting, and I expect with a group like this, you're going to have some really robust and great discussions on that. So, thank you.
Member Nunekamp.
Thank you all for being here. I will echo my colleagues on council and just say thank you so much for how much time you have invested. I really see the city as a team, and we're all playing different positions, but it's going to take all of us to make good decisions for the future of the city. And I have a list of notes here on how we can do this process better next time, but I also don't want to undercut the fact that you have provided tremendous value over the last 2 years, even with a flawed process, to the decision that we're coming to. And to Member Anderson's point, as this goes through the public hearing process at Planning and Zoning and then ultimately comes to City Council, and we talk about how we can improve communication between this group and the council, if there are changes that don't make it in at Planning and Zoning, or if there is a concern around a vote, I would like to hear from all of you about any specifics. It's not over until it's over, and clarity on what you think, how it could be the best it can be in this iteration is really helpful to hear. So I would really encourage folks to lean in on that. And then I have maybe a more kind of broad philosophical question. Updating our code, and as Mr. Adams mentioned, kind of every 20 years, needing to modernize it, needing to ensure that it's going to meet the needs of the city as we have it today, is inherently a disruptive process of change, right? We are updating something to make it different than it was before. And noting Mr. Martinez's point about maybe not clear votes and maybe there was more kind of consensus based, you're thinking about change and modernizing things in the code for the city, where might you want to see change and where would you not like to see change as we think about how we literally steward the land in the city?
That's an excellent question, and obviously, we're all cognizant, and I think we're all members of maybe a different generation, maybe not completely different, but there are several generations represented within our group, and I do think I've been personally surprised that some people lean one way for one topic and lean a different way for a different topic, and I truly believe that everyone here wants to get the best product out there, recognizing the fact that Inglewood has a tremendous opportunity for smart growth and to provide, whether it's existing housing stock that is a great benefit to our community, future housing stock that could be a great benefit to our community, and what does that density look like? What do those housing types look like? What do those zones look like to make every one of us have a place to be that we can all be happy, like we're all on this board? It's not going to be one answer, but thankfully we have different zones that we can have different answers in. And so I do think that we have the opportunity, and I think that we've provided the input to get those different options in different places that make the most sense, at least the way I've seen it, for a future modern Inglewood.
Yeah, I think one of the things personally going into this was to create a code that was simplified, number one. I think number two was not prescriptive as to what is appropriate for today, but allowing opportunity to be created through the people who do create housing opportunities, for expanding individual homeowners' opportunities and options in adding to and developing and redeveloping their own existing homes, allowing opportunities within the current context of the neighborhoods so that there's more diversity and more opportunities to keep the neighborhood character intact. And I also think trying to capture some of the things that have been consistently wrapped into PUDs over the last number of years to try to make those more use by right scenarios so that we don't have to go through the PUD process to get what is most likely the appropriate answer to a lot of these solutions.
And I'll say, I hope that the product that we have coming out of this will be able to be amended more easily, more often. I serve on the Board of Appeals and Adjustment, not the Planning and Zoning Commission. So there's been a lot of cases where I've seen coming forward to us that we do see the need for a potential amendment, and we do express that to staff. And I hope that this isn't something that we do really see as something that has to be disruptive every 20 years, but that we can start to see the chances to amend this as we see new problems crop up and things that we need to address, just so that we can continue to move forward and not always have variance meetings.
I got involved in this because as a longtime Inglewood resident, I was concerned about neighborhood character and keeping something that was distinctly Inglewood. And 2 years ago, we were just coming off Denver taken by surprise by those slot homes. And they just didn't have the character that I thought we could have in Inglewood. I learned so much, though, about, at the end of the day, missing middle. And I'm very concerned about being able to create a middle income housing supply. So I understand now, I have a greater appreciation for being able to provide housing for our nurses and our police officers, and of course, people who need to work in Inglewood. I'm coming away with a lot more than I brought in, but at the end of the day, I think we're going to be really happy with keeping the design and style of Inglewood that we like.
Anyone else want to add? Go ahead, Mr. Martinez. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Dirksen.
Same here. The language used has been neighborhood character. You've all heard me say architectural cohesion and historical integrity. So I think we just need to continue to adapt to the needs of our ever-changing community while establishing guardrails to maintain those two things. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I have a lot of trust in the committee that we are working towards what's good for us, not just individuals. I think a lot of voices that may show up in this room are concerned about their property. I think we're concerned very much with the future of our community and how that may or may not affect our own properties in Inglewood. And so I feel confident in that, and I have trust in that. And I think the product we will be happy with coming out of this is something that is for all of us. Yeah, that's what I'm going to see as success.
Thank you. Don't see any hands online. Member Woodward, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I keep always coming back to how we are this community that is built out, totally landlocked, and things are changing. And 20 years ago, you know, we didn't have any idea that the industrial area would be going through the changes that it has been going through, and what light rail really would mean to this community and what transit meant to this community. So, you know, I think plans like this are made to be changed every 20 to 25 years because things are always changing. And a lot of times, some of us just don't see it happening. And speaking for myself, as you get older, it's even harder to see it at times. As you may notice on this console, there's 5 computers out and there's 2 paper packets out. And it's not that we don't work on computers, we do, we're just not as fast, we don't keep up, we're not doing it all the time anymore. And Brenda, I really appreciated your comments earlier about pictures. I need to see pictures. I need to see pictures of housing. And I look at these, for example, these bulk plane options on here. I was sitting there looking at these this afternoon. I was inside at my kitchen table with the light on, and I couldn't see them with these glasses. And I ended up going outside where I could see them under daylight a whole lot better. But I mean, I've worked with drawings and stuff as part of my career, and they still don't mean a lot to me. I would like to see pictures of what we're talking about. That really makes a difference for me, and I think it's really a relevant statement that you had there. Thank you.
Member Russell?
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to thank every one of you for your time. I greatly appreciate it because I know that it takes a lot of time. And I just wanted to weigh in. It's probably been, I don't know, I don't think it was this council. I think it was the previous council, took a bus and a field trip through District 1 to look at the bulk plane. And that is amazing. And I think that's probably even something that would be great for the UDC committee to do, to see the overwhelming, because they raised the bulk plane over in District 1. And most of District 1, all the new building is massive because of the change in the bulk plane by just, I believe it's 5 feet. So I think there is a lot to be said, not just even with pictures, but also going to the areas and seeing what it will do to the area. So I appreciate the committee. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anything further from our UDC committee? Don't see any further questions from members of council. I'll just reiterate, I want to thank you for your time. Obviously, you asked, or obviously you wanted to serve this community and you asked to kind of join this UDC steering committee. So can't thank you enough for the work that you put into this. I greatly appreciate you taking the time to go through this. And I'm hoping that we could continue this dialogue here in the near future, because obviously this has been such a big topic for council over the last 2 or 3 years now. So I can't thank you enough for everything that you guys have done. So thank you. All right, everyone, we are now at 7:40. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and pick up the third agenda item. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council? Yeah. Test, test. Can you hear that? Yep. All right. Members of the public, we are now back. We're moving on to agenda item 4, which is the CodeNext housing follow-up. We got Director of Community Development Brad Power, Planning Manager Bryan, Isham, Chris Brewster, Multi-Studio, and Mr. Ashby of the Ayres Associates here to present and discuss our follow-up. Director Power, if you want to get us started.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I wanted to provide a few introductory remarks tonight for this agenda item, but before I do that, in the spirit of the last agenda item, I just wanted to say on behalf of the staff team and the consultants as well that we too want to add our thanks to the steering committee for their hard work over the course of the last couple of years. This evening is somewhat of a watershed in the CodeNext project, which is that we are bringing to you this evening for your consideration the very last part of the code that would benefit us from your input and direction this evening. So if you are able to arrive at consensus and direct us forward this evening, our next step is to start to prepare this item for your consideration as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission's consideration for adoption, hopefully at some point in the near future. So obviously when we hit the adoption phase of this process, that will include a couple of very key public meetings, which will include public hearings, both at Planning and Zoning Commission and obviously before you as you consider the ordinance. The other thing that I wanted to remind the council about is a couple of other points of communication that we're planning to do for the community prior to the adoption phase. One of the things that we would like to do in the very near future, once we have consensus on the draft code, is provide a community mailer to everyone in the community to identify how this process has evolved, some of the major key points that were worked through, and also some of the things around the schedule going forward, because we want to make sure that the community knows that those two key public hearings are in the future for your consideration, the Planning and Zoning Commission's consideration as well. We also are planning to do an informational meeting to the community so that once we have the draft together, people can come and learn about what the major provisions are in the draft code so that they can help formulate their positions and their ideas and their comments to you and the Planning and Zoning Commission before those two public hearings would take place. So those are some of the things that we are doing, some of the things that we're planning to do once we have an operable code draft that we can share more broadly. And with that, I want to turn it back over to Bryan Isham so he could introduce the topic for this evening.
Thanks, Brad. And I wanted to echo Brad's comments on the steering committee. It's been great getting to know those folks and meeting with them a couple times monthly. They've really kind of grown on me personally as being one of the leaders of that group on the staff side. And I can speak for the rest of the staff in saying that we very much appreciate all of their insight and all their time and all their effort and all their comments to us. With that, tonight we have essentially two items. Matt and Chris are both here. I believe Chris is here virtually and Matt here in person. To kind of go over the overview of our residential standards and status. But the two bigger picture items are a discussion on accessory dwelling units and getting the direction on that. And then kind of the culmination of the bulk plan that we've been discussing with the steering committee our last few meetings. And so with that, I'll let Chris kick it off.
Yeah, thanks, Bryan, and good evening, council and steering committee members. By way of introduction and also building off of the previous agenda item, we're at a stage where our task is now to take everything we've heard over the last really 4 months with regard to housing and go back, because we haven't made any real edits to the draft code since we introduced the initial draft to both the steering committee and council. So now is our opportunity to take all of that feedback and make sure we're building the code in a really logical, consistent, and easy to use manner. A lot of the points that we heard brought up in the previous discussion, there's a lot of really, really good thoughts that we want to make sure we capture and build on. And mainly, we're at the point where our job as the consultant is now to come back and put all the pieces together into something that makes sense. So we're prepared to do that. And as Brad and Bryan both mentioned tonight, is one of the last pieces. So the first part of the presentation is this next slide is really a touch point, broad overview of where we think we are on all of the housing issues that were discussed. And I'll go through these briefly, and then in the discussion we would hope to hear more. But and again, this reflects both steering committee and council sessions that we've been participating in and listening into. So the first, and again, when that draft comes back, it's our first time where we're making our official recommendation of here's the code we think should be adopted. There's certainly processes and opportunities to adjust and amend even before it becomes the official code. And I think, as was a theme throughout the previous meeting, is if things do need to adjust over time, it's not uncommon to do that, and we want to make sure that it's an easily adjustable code to tweak for some of these issues as well. So with that, the R1 districts, where we've landed is that these will all remain single unit building districts, reflecting the various lot sizes and intensities that you have, with the two new changes really being the leniency on ADUs that we will talk about on a separate issue in this discussion tonight, just to reaffirm, and then the approach to smaller lots that currently are just grandfathered if they were pre-existing, but it's a pattern that we would want to create anew in specific locations. So corner locations and courtyard patterns is what's been discussed, but they would all remain detached single unit buildings. And there's a lot of various reasons for that we'll make sure to highlight when we come back for the draft. The second set of districts would be the R2 districts. Those were remaining the first districts where you could have multiple unit buildings. So the duplex in the R2A and a 3 to 4 unit building in the R2B. The changes we are recommending from your current code would be, one, to again reduce the lot sizes for both because this district still allows detached units, single unit buildings, to consistent with what was done in R1A and B, to now allow those smaller lots to be more generally allowed throughout the district, not location restricted. And then in doing that, reducing a corresponding reduction in the per unit lot size, so that the 2, 3, and 4 unit buildings can become smaller scale. And actually, in doing that, we're actually recommending a maximum lot size so that this district still remains small neighborhood scale building types, but this is where you would begin to see the 2 to 4 unit buildings. The changes beyond that I mentioned would be, one of the things that was discussed at council was this idea of 2 to 4 unit buildings in R1, and where that's, as I mentioned earlier, where that discussion ended up is we won't be recommending that in this draft. However, in the R2B, we do feel it's appropriate to begin allowing those in limited locations, similar to what we were doing with the smaller lots in R1. So again, corner lot locations would be an appropriate spot for a 2 to 4 unit, still house scale building. And then when we go to the R2B district, the direction we're leaning is that then the small apartment building, that next scale up, a 5 to 8 unit building, would be allowed in location limited in the R2B. And then lastly, when we get up to the MUR3 districts, the districts that are already planned for the larger multi-unit buildings, no significant changes there other than a couple of nuanced changes. One, we are recommending bringing the height limit down in all of them to 40 feet. Currently, there's a mix of 40 and 60 feet. That corresponds with some of the analysis that Root did with some of the affordability incentives that we think will be part of a next step conversation for this code. So that is a change. And then with the R2, MUR3, B, and C districts, having scales, retaining those scales of apartments. So a small, medium, and large, if you will, that just tailor to each of those districts, A, B, and C. So that's where we see the current districts lying with, again, subtle changes, most of them to allow more units in exchange for smaller scale lots and buildings is the overarching theme, I think, throughout all of the districts. That leaves the last piece, which I think will tie more to your last agenda item for the night, because as we understand, we are building up the part of the code that's now talking about affordability that's in the last draft that everyone saw. Our direction is that we will build that piece, but it will be a subsequent follow-up item. So we're essentially building it to plug into that system I just explained, but its adoption will be contingent on where the housing policy is developed as an ongoing item, so not as part of the initial adoption. However, all of the recommendations Root has been giving our team, and I think you all and the committee have heard pieces of that, is that the two biggest benefits are development incentives, not financial incentives, would be a height bonus and a parking reduction, and then some of those projects will pencil out. So these would be some of the items that I mentioned in R1, R2, and R3 could lead to what Root referred to as naturally occurring affordability. So not contractually obligated to be affordable, but because of the diversity could have at a different price point, and because of the different unit sizes may add a lower price point, but certainly not hitting any of the mandated percent of AMI, but still important pieces of your overall housing diversity. So this number 4 item are the ones that would be contractually obligated. People could opt into it and guarantee that they would hit certain price points on the affordability. And we're still dealing with the parking reduction and then the height incentive. And one of the notes I put here was that really means that it's mostly going to be the MUR3 districts, because the building types that benefit from that height bonus are only really allowed in MUR3. To some extent, the parking reduction could help the R2 districts with some of those building types, but it's probably just not as widespread as we originally were discussing. However, most of that, will be contingent on that housing policy, the housing task force, and the housing policy that's developed, and we do expect that to be a plug-in piece that we have ready to go wherever that discussion ends up. So I'll pause there for any questions. Again, this is kind of wrapping up 4 months of discussion on where we think we're at, and we're set to go amend the code to reflect some of those principles.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brewster. I think you summarized that pretty well. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, I have one quick question on the illustration that's on the screen right now. In the R1 section, the third picture shows duplex standard lot. But as I read the code currently, duplexes aren't allowed in R1, it's single family only. So is that a change from the code? Is that a mistake? What's going on there that I don't understand?
Yeah, it's probably just a mistake in the graphic. The graphic's illustrative we haven't gone back and even amended any graphics yet. We haven't amended the text or the graphics. So it's more of just to give that illustration is to give a flavor of the spectrum we're talking about. But no, where our understanding is duplexes will not be in the R1. They would only begin in the R2B.
Okay, and then my second question, we talked about this a little bit the last time this came forward, but I'm still not entirely clear as to why someone would desire an internal ADU. To me, an internal ADU is synonymous with a duplex conversion, because really the only reason why you would want an ADU is to create an extra living space somewhere on the property. And if you're doing that in 2 places in the same residence, then you are effectively creating a duplex. So it's still not clear to me what the difference is between an internal ADU and a duplex, and why an internal ADU is even needed. If I want an office, for instance, and I have a basement, I can just put an office in my basement. I don't have to file for an ADU to do that. So what is the use of an internal ADU?
Yeah, so to your first point of, isn't it just a duplex, the standards would make sure that that's not the case. The intent is that some of the key attributes of an accessory dwelling unit is, one, that it's accessory. So that means it has to be subordinate to the principal unit. So that you have standards in your code right now regarding the size, even though you don't allow the attached or internal. So it needs to be subordinate. The principal use of the property is that main dwelling. But you are correct that it's a second dwelling unit, and it can be independent of that dwelling unit. So that gets to some of the second part of it being accessory is it needs to have all the appearances of a single unit building. So it can't be a prominent building with an interest, whereas a duplex, you're clearly reading it as a 2-unit building from the street. So the intent here would be that it doesn't read that way. So usually it's a basement apartment, a back attached room that has a subordinate door to it, or an upper level building that maybe there's a back staircase up to it, in the attic or second floor apartment is usually how you see it. But there would be standards that make sure that it's subordinate to that principal use. That would be the key difference from it just being a duplex.
Thank you for that clarification. In that case, I'll just go on record now saying that I do not support internal ADUs.
Any further questions or comments for Mr. Brewster? Now we could go on to the next page, Mr. Brewster.
Yes. So that's a really good segue into the, this was one of our original slides of where we thought we were in the whole discussion when we were discussing all the housing options. So under Bryan's direction, we wanted to circle back and wrap up the ADU issue. So this is where we think we are, as you know, as was just indicated, this is an open and ongoing discussion. So the key changes to the code would be one, to allow accessory units in R1A and R1B, whereas currently they're only allowed in R1C, to allow the attached or internal units, as we just discussed, whereas currently they have to be detached. And then the third was to, on a 6,000 square foot lot or larger, on the larger lots, to allow up to 2 ADUs, provided one of them is attached. So that's a building scale issue, that the building scale and the detached unit should read the same regardless of what circumstances you're in, but just giving a little more flexibility with the units is the idea. A couple of other changes related to that was we left off at a council discussion that there would be no additional parking requirement with these. Several different options were discussed in association with that. And then the last one is getting rid of the owner occupancy requirement, or perhaps having it sunset. We wanted to revisit that and get final direction on that one as well. Most of the other things are just trying to ease the paperwork and the filing that you currently have. Not that they wouldn't still need to meet all the requirements and we'd have enforcement mechanisms, but things to just make it a little bit easier from an administrative standpoint are some of the changes that we're trying to clarify in your current code. What's not changing is that, you know, they will all be subject to those standards that ensure that the building is subordinate. Particularly if it's a detached building, well, regardless, on both cases, the idea is that the building scale of the lots should be exactly the same as it would be whether it has an accessory unit or not. Everyone would be allowed the same amount of building scale in all cases, and then there would be design standards to make sure it fits in with the property. So I'll pause there to get feedback and direction on where we should take this issue.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Thank you. I'm looking at what is changing. The third one down, allow 2 accessory units on lots up to 6,000 square feet if one is attached or internal. Wasn't that 7,200 feet that we were talking about before? I thought the initial proposal was 7,200 feet.
Yes, correct. That the initial proposal was 72, and that was in some of route policies documentations as well. However, during the council discussions, that got bumped down to 6,000, and which is one of the reasons we wanted to circle back and confirm.
Okay, well, I guess I disagree with 6,000 square feet. I think that's too small for two units, detached and a main unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell.
So what is the size on the ADUs that we were talking about? Is it still like, oh, I don't know what it was before. Is it 600 feet currently, or is it larger than that currently?
Bryan or other planning staff might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it right now it's up to 800, and it also has a percentage of the unit with it. One of the things that came out of the steering committee was to not, because of logistics of what goes on with the principal unit, to just go with one recommendation and make it a size limit. And so I believe again, we haven't edited the draft yet, but our direction was to go with an 800 square foot limit, I think is where we will be landing. And subject to your direction as well, and subject to the draft being reviewed by the planning commission and council again.
Okay, so I would like to just address this. I am opposed to changing the ADUs at all from what we determined a couple of years ago. But is it possible to have an internal ADU instead of an external?
Technically, yes, that's possible. We could, if you're saying you're opposed to, you would be opposed to two, but you're not necessarily opposed to it being attached. That's certainly possible to draft a code very simply in that direction.
The only reason I'm suggesting this is aging in place. If ADU was built in the basement, it would allow living space for a caretaker to live in the basement. That is the only reason that I might consider that. But as far as the density, I'm very concerned about how dense we already are. We're more dense than Denver itself. And we are only 6.5 square miles, and I think we need to be very careful about it. So overall, I'm not for expanding ADUs into R1A or R1B currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Just a comment here. So let me just see if I have this correctly. So Member Russell, you are opposed to a detached ADUs within R1. You're okay with attached for the reason that you stated with the caretaker, potentially. Potentially, okay.
Thank you.
Member Ward, you're on the opposite. You're opposed to the attached, but you would be okay with detached. Member Woodward, you are, it sounds like you would be okay with the ADUs, but you disagree with the 6,000 foot lot size. I think it sounds like you would be in preference to a 7,200 foot lot size, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Member Noonkamp.
I have a clarifying question for staff on the internal ADU piece, because I've gotten several questions from residents about that as well, and the duplex question that Mayor Pro Tem asked. If there are homes currently in R1A that have, let's say, basement apartments that are being rented out, is that just currently being done illegally? If we don't designate it as an internal ADU, is there any other way for someone to rent that space or to use it for a caretaker or an elderly family member or something like that?
So you could rent it like you would rent a room in your home. The issue that we run into is, one, we have a lot of units that are legally non-conforming, meaning they existed at a time when we didn't have that regulation, or we had a regulation that allowed them. But we also have a lot of units that are getting converted. And the issue that we run into generally focuses on the permanent cooking equipment in the unit, that then they will start to operate as a totally separate unit from the existing home. So that's kind of where our conundrum lies. We do issue quite a few violations, notice of violations on those as we find them or as they're turned into us.
That's really helpful clarification. Thank you for that. Because of that existence that's happening currently in our city, where we are having people who are wanting to use a basement apartment when they have a different entrance and are doing so illegally, I'd like to find a way that we actually can permit that and make it safe. I think if people are going to be living in attached garages or basements, we have to ensure that they're safe, that there's appropriate code adherence in that. And we do that by actually making it a permitted use versus right now it happening non-permitted. That's a big concern for me. And so I actually think that the internal piece is is something that we should keep considering. And I'd like to actually see that go before planning and zoning and get their feedback on it. Also, if someone's thinking about maybe building an ADU and they do have a garage structure, something that they want to convert, it's a huge cost saving for them. But if your garage is attached to your home and all of a sudden you can't do that just because there's an attachment, then you miss out on that opportunity. And so as we think about the restoration of private property rights when it comes to ADUs, I think that the internal piece is still worth sending to planning and zoning.
Thank you, Member Noonan Camp. I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Woodward. Not sure if I have that timing right, but go ahead.
So a couple of things on that. First of all, I live next door to a fourplex, 2 units upstairs and 2 units in the basement. My property is in an R1C zone, but that fourplex predates the current regulations and is legally rented, all 4 units. They're legally addressed by the United States Postal Service. So the scenario that you are making reference to, I think, is less of a hazard in my mind than the scenario that I've dealt with in the last 60 days, which is I've had 2 reports in just the last 2 months of illegal duplex conversions in District 4. This is happening quite commonly because people see it as a profit sector. If we can just say, if you have an ADU, it has to be detached, and that means under no circumstances do you have more than 1 stove in the house and you have 1 living space, then it's very clear if a property is in violation or if illegal changes have been made or are being made when we go to inspect those after the building permits are pulled. Whereas if we have an allowance for an ADU and we limit it to 800 square feet, and so they build a wall in their basement, and then suddenly the wall disappears and now they have a 1,200 square foot basement apartment. We don't have a means of really detecting or enforcing that currently. And I think when we open up the internal ADU conversation, we create a massive regulatory problem rather than actually solving one. So my opinion is actually quite the opposite of yours. An external ADU is quite obvious. It's easy to detect being built. It's easy to regulate. Or easier to regulate, whereas an internal ADU is not. And for me, it just, as I said earlier, it essentially amounts to a duplex conversion. And my residents in District 4 have spoken about how they feel about duplexes in this R1 districts. So I'm going to go with them on that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, just a point of information, a internal ADU does not have to have a kitchen, correct? It could just be a room.
It wouldn't be called an ADU. So that's kind of the conundrum that we face is we hear things called different things all the time. A lot of what Councilman Ward is describing aren't technically duplexes by our standards. They would be considered a building with an accessory dwelling unit. The kitchen is really what drives that, along with secondary entrances. Essentially, is something that can operate as its own unit. It would be 2 units on the property, but by a planning standpoint, we don't call it a duplex, call it a cat or a dog, whatever you want to call it. We look at it as an ADU. But again, it's generally driven by that all the cooking equipment. Because you can have, if you think about it, you can have an extra bedroom in your home as an addition without it kicking over into an ADU. You could have an extra bathroom, you can have an extra living room. The kitchen is really what generates creating that second unit. So that's where the issue kind of lies for us.
Thank you very much for that. I think we're at Member Woodward and then Member Russell.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the no additional parking required. And now, if you go up and down our residential streets on Wednesday, and this is just started here in December of last year, when Waste Management said they wouldn't pick up in the alleys anymore, and Waste Connection only picks up on the street, as to the best of my knowledge. On my block, I get my trash cans out, trash and recycles, on Tuesday afternoon or early evening before everybody pulls into their parking places. If we start adding ADUs with no parking requirements, I think we're adding a real problem just from a trash point of view. We're going to have trash cans out in the middle of the street. would be my opinion, because there's going to be no place to put them. So I think that's another thing that we've really got to take a look at. Thank you.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And so I guess I have a question for the building department, because the house I grew up in had a basement apartment. I lived in the 4400 block of South Washington Street. It was an illegal basement apartment. And so I think my brothers lived down there at one point. My children lived in my mom's basement at one point. But she could use it for family. She could not use it for anyone else. But there were other houses on the block that had apartments that were legal. It had to do the point in time those houses were built. I mean, the house my mom lived in it actually originally was a basement house in the late 1800s. So aren't there records of which ones are legal and which ones are not legal?
We do have records of what the legal non-conforming uses are. So anytime we get a case mentioned, like Mr. Ward, that's the first place we go, is to look at whether it's a legal non-conforming use. And if it's not in there, we go back and research our building permits to see, was it created in error by staff? Did we review something and approve it when it shouldn't have been approved? Or did we approve a building permit, and then after the building permit got approved, someone came in and installed some kind of cooking equipment? And generally, that's the case that we run into. But yes, we do. We do have records of all the legal non-conforming uses. And that's the first place that I check whenever I get something that comes in.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just would like to weigh in. I'm not really pushing for internal ADUs. I'm really not pushing for ADUs. I am concerned about the increased density, about the parking. And when you go up to the 7,200 square feet and putting 2 duplexes or 2 ADUs there, that becomes problematic, because most of the 7,200 square feet lots are R1A and in those districts. And I think it's going to increase density. And how do you limit it? Who do you choose? You can have one, you can't. I think that we're opening a can of worms. I think the ADU law that was developed a couple of years ago, there was a lot of input put into it. And I think that we should not put a lot of ADUs in the single-family neighborhoods. And I do believe the parking is going to create a huge problem with trash pickup. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just weigh in to that I am in agreement with the what is changing section up there. There's nothing there that I object to, but I would want to weigh in on the why I'm supportive of the internal basement conversion style ADUs. I'm familiar with situations in Inglewood where an elderly couple needs more income, and they are looking for how can we make up for it, or a widow who just lost her husband who had a significant income from veteran disability that she now has lost, and has a whole basement, a house all to herself, 2,500 square foot house all to herself, and doesn't know how to make ends meet. And here she has the opportunity to take a basement, convert it into an ADU, and rent it out to somebody who needs affordable housing. And it's going to be affordable because it's in a basement. That's just this naturally occurring affordable housing. We can solve with internal basement conversion ADUs 2 significant affordable housing crisis problems that are going on in Inglewood right now. And to sit on this and think that we are, we want to preserve the character of our neighborhoods and make sure that nothing changes in these areas at all. And meanwhile, we're cutting people out of and keeping them in poverty level situations. I think this kind of a situation is a no-brainer to both provide affordable housing and also provide income for people who desperately need it. If there's a regulatory problem, we already have it. If we want to solve the regulatory problem, if 800 square feet isn't enough, then make it half the size of the structure so that people can convert the whole basement into an ADU. Then you don't have to worry about the disappearing wall type problem. But to not see that our city has changed, our culture has changed. It used to be, 5.2 or whatever was the average household size. Now it's 2 point something. We have a massive housing stock that was created for a time when we had a different number of people living in homes. And now when you see these basement conversions, legal or illegal, often it's one person living in the upstairs unit, one person living in the downstairs unit. We aren't having a density crisis because of these. We're actually solving a housing problem that we have with this type of ADU. And people recognize it. Like, what if someday, when I talk to citizens about this, would you ever want to rent out? What if you got in a situation where you could use the extra income and you didn't need all the space that you have? People recognize that this is something that's useful to them. So I'm totally supportive of the internal basement conversions. And in fact, I think we should allow for it to be the whole basement, because then we're not arbitrarily restricting that size. But yeah, that's my feedback on that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell, you got another comment?
Yes,
Go ahead.
with all due respect, Member Anderson, the scenarios that you just described, a single woman living there herself wanting to do that, or an older couple, most people living on a fixed income that need additional income could not afford to do what you're suggesting they do. Thank you.
Member Anderson, did you want to? No. Member Woodward, did you turn on your light?
Yes.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I am supportive of what Member Anderson was talking about. I know when I came to the Denver area way back in 1969, I lived in a studio apartment that was in a house that had 5 units, and it was a great big Denver Square type house in Denver. Also lived in basement apartments. I am more in favor of that than I am in favor, or I'm not in favor of 2 accessory units on the outside, 2 separate accessory units. I'd be more inclined to go with something on the inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Let me see if I could get clarification. You're okay with 2 ADUs, but, I want to make sure if I had this correctly. One has to be attached, one has to be detached. You do not want 2 detached units. Did I understand that correctly?
You got it.
Okay. Member Neunenkamp?
Thank you, Mayor. I also support the what's changing piece. Mostly, I would like to see this, again, go to the public hearing, because I've heard from many citizens over the last 18 months that we've even been talking about CodeNext, who either don't live in a zone where they can currently build an ADU and would like to, and are confused about why, even if they have a really big lot where it would fit and not take up too much ground cover, that they aren't able to. And then also hearing from folks about some of the provisions in the current code, how that has been prohibitive for them to be able to build an ADU, even if they are allowed to build one. And I think that the first code that was passed a few years ago was a really great start. It was an opportunity for us to test, how do ADUs work in our community? What are the things that we can learn? I think we have some really good learnings from that. We know that very few have been built, and we've gotten some good feedback from residents on who want to build it, who want to use their private property rights and aren't able to currently. One of those issues that I have heard repeatedly is the requirement to bring the primary structure up to code completely before building a detached ADU. That is actually the thing that makes it the most cost prohibitive for most people who especially are maybe trying to house a family member or make a little bit extra income to help with their mortgage or some of those pieces. So that's something, if we were looking at changes, that I would be open to adding to this list, or at least having a discussion around, because I think that that's one of the things we can do to make this more feasible for folks.
Can I provide a comment on that last section, because we hear it a lot? The requirement to bring the primary structure up to code is not to bring it up to current building code, is to bring it up to property maintenance code. So it's more things like the paint on the exterior, things like that. We do hear a lot from the public that they have to bring the existing building up to building code. That is not true, but it is property maintenance code. So there are other items that if they have issues with their plumbing or their electrical, they do have to fix those. But it's not to say that the house was built in 1945 and now you have to bring it up to 2021 energy codes and things like that. That's kind of a misnomer that we've heard in the community. So I do want to make sure that we get that out there.
That's really helpful, and I'd be interested to know what pieces of that, for folks who have looked into it, have felt prohibitive on some of the cost pieces. Is there any flexibility there? Obviously, I want to ensure we have safety, but if it's a completely different structure, is there any adjustment that maybe we could make?
I can't comment for our building official or assistant building official, but they do review each building on its own. So that's the information I can provide to you tonight. If we need to provide more, we definitely can. We've tried to make sure that we put some of this information out on our Inglewood Engage page too, because we have heard that comment in the past that people are afraid to have to bring their primary structure up to full building code. But again, it's not that.
That's really helpful, because that's one of the biggest things I hear. Thank you.
Could
Go
I
ahead,
jump
Member
in
Anderson.
on this real quick? Because I thought that the property maintenance code requirement was for short-term rentals, and a full, bringing it all the way up to building code was a requirement for ADUs. You're sure that it's property maintenance code for both ADUs and short-term rentals?
I'm not going to comment on the short-term rental part right now. I'm going to stick to ADUs because that's what I've researched in the past few weeks. We had a series of questions that came in from an individual to our steering committee meeting specifically about ADUs, and we worked with an assistant building official to review that and make sure that was property maintenance code was what needs to be met.
Okay, very good. Thank you. If that's reality, I think property maintenance code is a much lower bar from my understanding, so I think that's good.
Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Just a comment that we will enter both of those as council requests.
Appreciate it. Mr. Isham, I want to go back to the parking requirement for off-street parking. What is the requirement? What could I'm just trying to figure out, could they use their existing driveway as off-street parking? I know that we've talked about providing like a gravel parking spot as part of off-street parking. What are the different options that a citizen would have if we were to require off-street parking?
So right now, as far as like pavement, you can do concrete, asphalt, gravel. Essentially, it's anything as long as you're not parking on grass. Right now, the requirement for an ADU is that the parking space is located in the rear 35% of the lot, so the same place as the ADU. If you do remove parking from the primary structure, you do have to replace it somewhere else on the site. So say you take one of the garage spaces or one of the spaces from the existing structure to build your ADU, you would have to, repave another space for that one or put it somewhere else on site. So generally, they would move it adjacent to the garage or something along those lines.
So if you're going to require it on near the ADU, with a lot of properties in R1A and R1B not having alleys, are you eliminating ADUs within those areas if you're asking it to be built by the ADU? There would have to be some sort of way, there would have to be a gate. Some may just have garages in that place. I'm just going back to Member Woodward's comment because I'm thinking if we ask for an off-street parking, one, it sounds like we may eliminate a lot of houses from having ADUs. And then two, the concern that Member Woodward brought up in terms of, collection on Wednesdays and people not having spaces, that may be where they're having their trash receptacles today. So how do they, I'm just trying to understand how this would work if we were to go down that route.
Requiring it to be adjacent to or in the rear 35% of the lot. I think right now the direction that we've gone with the ADU requirements is to eliminate the rear 35%. So if you force the parking to be back there, yes, it could become an impediment if you forced it to be in a specific space on the lot.
Thank you, Mr. Isham. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I just wanted to return to, I pulled up code on ADUs, and I'll just read the relevant section, because if we, I know if we can deal with this tonight, I think that's, that would be better, but this, I want to make sure I'm understanding this correct. So I'm in 16, 16 chapter 5 under ADUs, and approval of application is dependent on city inspection of existing primary structure. All primary structures deficiencies and code violations documented in the city's pre-ADU permit inspection form must be brought into full compliance with city housing and building code standards for ADU properties. That sounds to me like it's saying the building code applies to the principal the existing primary structure.
It is very confusing language. We've talked to our building team about that, about trying to get that language to be very specific to what our requirements actually are versus what kind of is mentioned in there. In short, when I spoke to Carrie, it was if there is something that falls short of the property maintenance code, yes, you would have to bring that piece up to what the building code is, but not necessarily the entire structure. So if you have a leak, the plumbing would have to come up to code because that's the building code that it's going to get reviewed under.
But if you have
a deficiency in your electrical system, it would have to meet the current code, but only if it exists.
But if you had an electrical panel that was functional but wouldn't meet current building codes, but it's fully functional and safe, would that have to be on the primary structure? Would that have to be replaced?
I think it would be looked at on a case-by-case basis, and if there's a visible deficiency or an issue coming out of our building inspection team, then it likely could. But again, I don't want to put comments on their stuff outside of what I have talked to them about.
Because what I would like to see is an explicit reference to property maintenance, because property maintenance code is a different set of codes in the building codes, and the property maintenance code talks about having screens on the windows and no broken windows, and it really is a different. In my understanding, is a different set of documents, and I do think that that's a good standard, and I want to make sure that's very clear that these units have to meet the property maintenance code. But if we need to clarify the language to make sure that we're not making people think they have to meet building code when property maintenance code is in view, I just want to make sure we do that on this round rather than.
We are in the same boat.
Okay, very good.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just wanted to ask right quick for perhaps the city attorney to look at that to make sure that we have a correct understanding of what that part of the code says. Thank you.
Sounds like the city attorney is up for looking into that. So thank you, city attorney. We may have to get you a new mic. I guess go ahead, Member Anderson.
I just want to add one more thing. If it turns out that after reviewing that it's not property maintenance code, I do think we should apply the same, because I know the short-term rental code does make explicit reference to property maintenance code. I think we should have the same set of standards applying to all these, and that's one I would be interested in changing. And if we need to do that after P&Z or whatever like that, I do think that's a really important one that I would like to see reconsidered.
Thank you. Go ahead, Member Woodward. I see your light on again.
Okay, yes, thank you. I want to go back to this parking again. And 2 units in R1A, I believe it is, which is back on Inca Street backing up against Bellevue Park. As I recall, most of those homes are front-loaded with a garage. In any ADUs that were added, unless we had this no additional parking required, would have to go into the street. And if you didn't have it, if you had said you had to provide parking, all of a sudden their front yards would be all concrete, pavement, road base, or gravel, because that's the only, that would take up the whole front yard. Same thing happens in west of Federal up in some of the cul-de-sacs up there. The cul-de-sac areas are front-loaded garages, and it's a cul-de-sac, so you aren't going to have the parking for these ADUs. And again, I just keep coming back to the point that we've got to get into the bust that was mentioned earlier and go out and look at some of these areas because some of them just do not fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell?
Thank you. And bringing that up, would we not be changing that area of the code? Currently, houses that have no alleys cannot have an ADU. Is that changing?
That is part of the discussion tonight, that we're potentially allowing ADUs within R1As and R1Bs.
Well, but what about the R1As, R1Bs, or even R1Cs that have no alley? I mean, currently, the code says you cannot build an ADU detached in the backyard if you do not have an alley.
Actually, I just defer to you, Mr. Isham. Is it required for alley parking for an ADUs within R1Cs today? I don't believe it is. And maybe we get that as a council request as well, but I don't believe
Yeah,
that.
I'd have to dig into it a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's specifically listed or if it's kind of generally written in there based on the restrictions that it's either a garage unit or something else that kind of limits it to, where you can only have it on an alley. So I think it would take a little bit more digging into our current code.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think we may have to give direction here. I would be in support of this. I know that we're going to be difficult trying to get to a majority here tonight with us being 6 members. I would be okay changing it to 7,200 square feet. Member Woodward, in terms of your concern about 6,000 square foot lots. But I do want a public hearing. I do want P&Z to look at the parking situation. My preferences would be no parking just because of the concerns that I stated. I think it's going to limit too many properties from having ADUs, but I'd like to get them to weigh in on that aspect of it. So Member Woodward, Mayor Pro Tem, or Member Russell, I'm not sure if you're happy with that compromise, but just wanted to throw that out there. Obviously, I know where you stand, Mayor Pro Tem, but Member Woodward, any thoughts there?
Excuse me. Can I have you repeat?
Sure. So it would be, and to also clarify in your attached versus detached, I think the wording today is that it would have to be an attached and a detached. It can't be 2 detached. So I think the wording within the code would state that you have to have 1 and 1. You can't do 0 and 2 detached. The other aspect of it that I'm willing to concede tonight is also to limit the lot size to 7,200 square feet to your earlier point today. But then also, in terms of parking, I want to leave the no additional parking required, just because I would like P&Z to look into that. I would like the public hearing to flesh those comments as well. And also, I just have the concerns that I mentioned earlier. I think it does limit many properties from building ADUs, potentially because of the requirement to have it adjacent to the detached ADU. So would you be willing to move it forward just so P&Z could take a look at it, Member Woodward?
Yeah, I would like to have P&Z look at it and take a look at areas of the city that it would not be available to. Those lots where it isn't physically able to provide for that.
Okay.
Is that clear?
I think so. So obviously P&Z is going to provide a recommendation based off of, well, we're going to be providing them this information, but we're also going to state that we're recommending a 7,200 square foot lot and no additional parking at this time. They may come back and say, no, it does need additional parking. So they will take a look at that, Member Woodward. Is that okay?
That works for me.
Okay. Any other comments before we move to the next slide? Back to you, Mr. Brewster. I think you're still there.
Yes. And I think in the chat, there was a request to share the screen. I don't know if the presentation slides aren't coming up for those online.
But I think it's back. I think Miss Austin asked it. Miss Austin, are you
Okay.
able to see the slides? They were being shared earlier, but not sure if anybody responded.
Yeah, I found a way to arrange things on my screen to see it, but yeah.
Apologies for not getting back in touch with you on that, Miss Austin. Go ahead, Mr. Brewster.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks.
If I could, before Chris continues, I did just want to provide an update from the state legislature.
Sure.
The state Senate chose not to take up the land use bill, also known as Senate Bill 213, in the waning hours of the evening. So the bill is actually not going to go forward in this legislative session. I just wanted to point that out for the council.
Thank you, Director Power. Actually, they made a decision earlier than I thought they would. So thank you for that. And Mr. Brewster, back to you.
Yes, thank you. So this last topic is by way of a more recent update. These last two meetings, the steering committee discussed and went through some options on the bulk plane. On the left is the current standard. We looked at basically three options. One of our original ideas was to modify the bulk plane by basing how large the bulk plane could be, so that back portion you see in the upper level shrinking, based on how much of your exception, the gold highlighted boxes, went into the bulk plane. Right now, there's a current exception that's limited, and the idea was, well, let's let people have more of an exception in exchange for not building as far back, was the principle on that. The second one was to investigate a two-tiered bulk plane, similar to what Denver does. So a larger scale, your principal building in the front, and a smaller scale, your accessory building in the back, or to the extent your principal building went to the back, it would have to have a lower profile on the back portion of the lot than the front portion. And these are all applying to 1 to 4 unit building types. And then the last option was one of the original ideas we started with, which was more of just measuring purely the wall plane and giving 2 different standards and let people allocate that however they wanted. So you could do a taller, narrower structure, or a smaller, a lower profile, longer structure was the idea. So those 3 options have kind of been out there since our initial draft. Next slide goes through some of the pros and cons of each. Mainly the cons were adding too much complexity or having too many unintended consequences. Some of the pros were familiarity. So the 2 on the left, the modified or the 2-tiered, were more familiar. So with that and with some discussion, the next slide, we landed on adjusting the 2-tiered one, but adding in some of the options from number 1 to give a little bit more flexibility. So essentially, we would take the front 60% of the lot and the back 40%, and that's where the profile would split. So you would have both a lower overall height as well as a lower height at the side lot line. But each of those would still have the 1-for-1 increase in the building height as you moved into the center. So again, protecting that primary interest of this whole standard is to not build large profile buildings right on the setback that overlook the lot adjacent to them. The second component of this would be to both clarify and then close a potential loophole in the current exceptions that deals with people building up and accessing a 3rd-story deck. So making sure that the exceptions into the bulk plane are truly for architectural features and that they're limited as they are right now. So it's essentially a 15 linear feet is the most that could project. So a series of 3 5-foot dormers or 1 15-foot gable, or any combination thereof, are the types of things that could extend into the bulk plane and the idea is to have that on both the front and the rear. So overall, where we think we're ending up with is reflected in that table there of having 3 different scales. Again, we're trying to simplify as much as we can, but I'll give you the rationale for the 3 different scales. The first was the 12 and 17 ones that you see at the top, the height at the side lot line. Those are your current standards. So based on discussion and observations and staff's own input, the idea was, well, in R1C, perhaps we should go down. It's currently 17, and maybe that one should go down to 15 to reflect the scale of buildings that you find in that district. So then the reason for the third is when you get down to the rear bulk plane at the committee level, there was some concern that having the height for the rear bulk plane at 8 foot at the side lot line was too limiting. We did some more math on that and didn't think so, particularly with the types of outbuildings or accessory buildings you would have associated with a typical detached home lot. But perhaps it would be in the R2 and MUR3 districts where you might have larger buildings or multi-unit buildings anyway. So that rear bulk plane would start at the 10-foot property line, but in both cases, they would only go up to 25 feet. So that's where we ended up with. It's a little bit of an adjustment to your current system, mainly on a couple of the numbers, and then the bigger shift is the overall approach of having the two tiers, the front portion and the rear portion. We haven't even, this is really feedback from the steering committee's last meeting. We translated that to our first attempted draft, which I think is in your packet, but we need to circle back and revise it based on staff's further discussion and your all's input this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Member Russell.
Thank you. And I don't know, there has been a request to change the bulk plane back to 12 feet in R2A and R2B, where they're building duplexes, excuse me. Actually, can somebody
I can
else
give you
go
a second,
first?
Member Russell. Perfect. Any other questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
Sure, I have two. One is, do you have a sense of, if with these changes, how the cost of building might be impacted?
Not directly. I think most of the changes we're making are subtle, so I don't think they would be that great. I know in our staff discussion, some of the planning staff members had a really great deal of familiarity with the techniques that could be used to meet the bulk plane. I think all of them would allow 1.5 story buildings easily, and would allow it with some generous exceptions. I think the key gets into when you're trying to fit a 2-story building into either the 15-foot or sometimes even the 17-foot bulk plane, but usually the 15-foot one is where we've heard comments from staff where if you're building a 2-foot profile right at the side lot line, you might need to do things that could add cost, but just as easily you could put an extra 1 or 2 feet of setback and not even have to deal with that issue. So I think to the extent it affects cost, it would be when you're pushing the envelope generally. But overall, I wouldn't see any of these being really large cost items because they're just very subtle adjustments to your current approach.
That's helpful. Thank you for that clarification, because obviously we know if the building costs are increased, then those will get passed on to the homeowner, which is my primary concern. Can you also elaborate on what you mean by tent effect in the cons?
Yeah, one of the things we witnessed in some of the buildings that seemed to be of most concern that were pointed out to us was they have the lower profile at the side lot line, a half or even a 3rd story in the middle portion where it's not affecting the bulk plane and it's still fitting under that 32 feet. And then they just build all the way back to the rear setback line and max out the building envelope. So it has a narrow approach with a longer ridge right down the middle. So that whole building envelope is maxed out. And so trying to do things that add different variations of massing that break that up a little bit is what we're getting at.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Member Russell. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Brewster, and I don't understand all of the, like the R2A, where they're building all these massive duplexes. Is it possible where on these small lots where they're building a duplex to put the bulk plane back to 12 feet. I'm not saying I necessarily want it there in areas where they're going to be building like a 3 or 4 story apartment house. Is there any delineation between those areas?
No, I think I'll back up a minute and start where I think the root of your question is is the building scale too big in those districts? I think what our observation is, there's a lot of areas that have 1 and 1.5 story buildings throughout that are zoned for much higher right now. And so that's where I think a lot of the pressure is coming. I think if we want that R2 zoning districts to easily accept 2 and 2.5 story buildings, which would be the height limit in all of those districts, then I think the 17-foot profile is appropriate. And perhaps the 2-tiered approach can get at some of the issues of the building mass just seems too big for that lot. But in general, our feeling is a 2 and 2.5 story building. And by half story, I mean, that's one of the things we're looking at is it's not a 3rd story that's only half of the building. It's truly an occupied roof structure. So the building reads as a 2-story building, but might have some smaller space in the roof structure. That fits well under the 17-foot bulk plane. And I think if we want that R2 and R2A and B district to be accepting of 2.5 story buildings, that it should be at 17. Now, there may be other things that are affecting how we think those buildings are much too larger that we are also looking at. There will be some of the design standards that were discussed earlier tonight in the previous item are trying to add more nuance and character to the buildings as well.
And can I provide some additional input to that? So the way the bulk plane requirements are written right now is they're geared to 1 to 4 unit buildings. And then once you get to 5 unit buildings and above, we have a separate approach. So it does look at things differently with more of a step back approach than the bulk plane requirements.
Yeah, that's a good clarification. Just to wrap that up as well, particularly with the R2 districts, if you recall from our first slide, R2A would only allow the 2 unit buildings and then up to a 4 unit building location limited. So it's only going to be those types of buildings. And then R2B would allow a small apartment, which if it went up to 5 to 8 unit, it would have those requirements as Bryan mentions. Whereas right now it doesn't. Right now, currently anything that's more than 4 units doesn't have a bulk plane at all, which we thought was a bit unusual. And that might be where some of the pressure is coming in these districts as well. And so having some type of standard that applies to them, and that carries up to the MUR3 districts as well.
Okay, so I guess what my, I mean, there are a lot of massive duplexes over in, it's really north of Dartmouth and probably between Sherman and Galapago. So we've seen a lot of massive, but before they started doing all of that, there were single family ranch style homes. And so they originally, the bulk plane in that area was 12 feet. It was 12 feet in all of the districts. So, I mean, are we going to end up gentrifying that entire area? If we leave the bulk plane at 17 feet? And the lots really aren't that big.
Yeah, if that's directed to me, I don't really know. I don't have a feel for that. I think I go back to to me, it's a building scale issue. And if we're okay with 2.5 story buildings, I think it does need to be at 17 feet. If we're concerned with the building being too large for the lot, there could be lot coverage or other massing standards that are part of the problem. But I don't think I think the fact that there were a lot of single story buildings in a district that's already zoned for larger scale buildings is part of what's driving that concern.
Okay, thank you.
Member Anderson and then Mayor Protem.
I have a question on the 8-foot bulk plane and the 25 max heights, and that the impact that that might have on the potential of building above garage ADUs. Have you, Mr. Brewster, taken that into consideration? Are those still going to be possible under 8 foot?
Yes, and in fact, that's the exact issue that was brought up at the steering committee. One of our members had that same concern. When we looked at it, and again, grading issues could create some nuance to all of this that we know we need to get figured out and have the right appropriate decision-making criteria for grading. But essentially, if we're looking at the raw numbers, the 8 foot bulk plane gives you, and then the accessory building has a 3 foot side setback. So at 3 feet where you could put the building, you have an 11-foot wall profile initially. And so in our assessment, that's enough for a first level garage. And then with the 1-to-1 peak to it, most buildings don't have as steep a pitch as 1-to-1. But we know at least a 1-to-1 would give you more under roof story height. You could get up to that 25 and have a second story. And all of this is presumed on building that building as close to the setback as you can. And then with the exception in there, a 10-foot exception for the rear accessory or rear bulk plane, you could also have a side dormer that gives you additional space. So even although the 8-1 is a little bit tighter for the R1 districts, we felt it was appropriate. It may create some constraints in a few situations, but in all of those, our assessment was, well, you could also just move the building in a foot or two, and then that problem might go away. Obviously, the tighter the lot, the more constraints you're going to face, but we did take it into account. It was brought up by a steering committee member, and I don't even think we've come back to the committee with this compromise that, well, let's leave it at 8 for that district, but in the R2 districts where, as was just mentioned, larger scale buildings are at least anticipated or called for in the zoning, that we would start that one at the higher threshold for the rear.
I think the one concern, and I guess I just can't visualize this, are the R1C single family lots where I think these kind of ADUs might work. I'm just wondering if you get a few more options with the 10-foot on the R1C on the back side of the lot, because those tend to be narrower lots, give you just a little more, and we're allowing the 15 or maybe a 9 right in the middle. We're got 12, 15, 17, maybe 8, 9, 10, something. I just feel like that 8 may not be enough on the narrower lots that are common in R1C. That's the one change. Otherwise, I like this idea that I would suggest, but maybe there's not support for that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to go back to the discussion about reverting back to the pre-2014 bulk plane, specifically in the R2 districts. I know that R2, A, and B are classified with the MUR districts here. I think those areas actually may have separate needs. So to the extent that I'm comfortable with the 17-foot bulk plane in the MU area, as I look at our zoning map, it should not be much of a surprise when somebody builds something tall in a multi-use district. I think those R2 areas, some of them were adversely affected by the bulk plane change. And I would like to look at splitting those and going back to 15 feet in the R2, or whatever the pre-2014 bulk plane was.
It was 12 pre-2014. And would that be for both R2A and R2B, or just R2A?
For both.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson, do you still have a comment, or? Actually, I'll ask the question to City Attorney, since it sounds like we're going to have this discussion tonight. What's the concern in terms of just making those properties non-conforming if we were to go back down to 12? Is there any type of concern from a City Attorney perspective? I guess it's just like all the other non-conformities that we happen to have in the city today.
It works. I don't have any concerns strictly from a legal perspective regarding that. It's a policy decision, but it's not something I've been otherwise involved in either. So I haven't spent any time really analyzing the legal issues either, but I would be happy to do that.
Thank you, City Attorney. I guess I'll ask the question. Mr. Isham, I'm not sure if I raised a council request, but there were duplexes that we were being built pre 17-foot bulk plane in our R2 areas. Do we know what the number is or how many properties were built to, the larger, to the larger duplexes that we're seeing within the R2 areas pre 17-foot bulk plane?
I don't know that.
Okay.
All the numbers that I have are just about ADUs that have been constructed since we've started the ADU provisions. So I have that information.
Okay. But nothing regarding.
Not necessarily something regarding bulk plane requirements.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. I guess we can have that discussion now regarding the bulk plane since we're on that slide. Regarding a change of the R2A and B, I'm a little bit more concerned about the R2B, to be honest with you, just because that is more for, potentially it could be up to 8 units, if I understood it correctly. That's what could be built in R2B area. And it's a smaller area that has bigger apartment complexes today within those zone areas. I think the R2A, for me, I would be open to the discussion. I think going down to 12 might be a bit much. I think I may be open to 15, just like our R1C. But I guess Mr. Isham, Mr. Power, anybody could speak to what the potential effect would be. Or Mr. Brewster, I think you were kind of talking about two story, 2.5 stories are able to be built with the current 17, not so much if we went down to 12 or 15. Can you kind of speak a little bit to what that potential impact could be?
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit, and then I'm also going to probably repeat some of the staff discussions that I'm not as expert in as they are. But essentially, the 15-foot one, it certainly is going to. One of the techniques to deal with that is to drop your roof line below that second story, and then internally you would see more of the internal roof incorporated into the pitched roof. So you may have angled walls, and it does things with the roof joists and plates that can be disguised and tucked into that 15-foot to get a technically two-story building. The other thing that can affect that is there is an exception limit that it's in your code right now that we would intend to carry forward for things like dormers and gables that could help with that as well. And then the third point is, if all they need to do is move 2 more feet back, and they would be able to do a 2-story further in. So all of those things would create tension points from just being able to say you can have a 2-story building at the side setback.
Would that be possible at both the 15 and the 12 or just the 15?
The 15, the 12 would probably be even a little more constrained. We haven't done that math on that one. I think by virtue of it being on your larger lots, I think a lot of buildings aren't built to the side setback already. So they don't have those issues because they have a little more leeway to do more typical massing because they're not encroaching on the plane because they're not right at the side setback line.
Thank you, Mr. Brewster. Anybody want to weigh in on Mayor Pro Tem's comment? Anybody want to change it down to 12 or keep at 17, move to 15? Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
This is a tough one, and I think we've already mentioned that it's challenging to visualize what a foot here or there means actually in the city. I agree with the mayor that I think going back to 12 is too low, but I'm also not dead set on keeping it what we're seeing here, although I generally like this concept, and I appreciate how staff and our consultants have continued to work on how do we address building scale, because it's one of the biggest things we hear from the residents. My preference at this point, because I frankly remain undecided, is to send this to planning and zoning and see what they think. I would really like their feedback. I understand that some of this comes from the first conversation that the consultants had with the steering committee. They haven't even had a chance to talk about it again. I really would like to get a perspective and see what they send us and get some more feedback.
Thank you, Member Newcamp. Member Anderson?
I think for me, the 10-foot, leaving that rear 40% with that 10-foot bolt plane height satisfies some of the concerns I had about the 17. It still allows for some taller buildings in that area, but leaves backyards without having as much, having the shading effect that that some of those taller building types have. So I'm satisfied with the 17 with the 10 at the rear 40, but could be supportive. I think, certainly would love to see P&Zs and weigh in on this as well.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I think the 17, if we're looking for attainable housing, not even affordable, but attainable, the 17 is what I'm seeing, or from what I understand, is the $1 million side duplex. And so if we're getting down to 15 or 12 or something, somewhere in between or something, if we're getting more to this middle working people housing prices as of today's market, I want to go there. So the 17 isn't something I want to stay at, or that I want to go to or stay at. I'd like to be at 12 to 15.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'd be supportive of 15 if that gets us to consensus.
Thank you, Member Anderson. I'll be okay with 15 as well and have P&Z weigh in on this as well. Member Noonekamp, I see you shaking your head yes. So go ahead.
Is this for all of the ones in the R2A, B, and the MUR districts, or just for R2A and R2B?
To me, my preference would just be R2A. I'll just chime in, not for the other zone districts within that chart. Member Anderson?
Same, yeah.
Yeah, R2, A, and B.
Oh, you want, Member Woodward, you want B as well? Member Anderson and I both said R2A, but I just want to make sure.
I want B as well.
Okay. Member Noonekamp?
I would support R2A.
Okay. So we're, Mayor Pro Tem, I think you started the conversation with A and B, so.
Yeah, I would prefer both. And I'll point out that when I had a discussion on this with the resident when I was still an at-large council member early in my council tenure, that resident comes from the
R2B.
small section that we are considering not including here. So I would like that area to be included.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell?
Thank you, R2A and B.
Okay. Sounds good. We're going to be at an impasse here. So how can we do we just have planning and zoning weigh in if we don't have consensus on R2A and B? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out, since we're at 3-3 right now, any thoughts? Or City Attorney, is there anything that you could weigh in terms of just like an impasse on this one item?
Well, we could wait until we have a full council to provide direction. However, we do need 5 council members to adopt an ordinance. So in that case, it would be 4-3 either way. It is never a bad idea to ask planning and zoning to weigh in and give a recommendation that could then guide council's adoption of legislation on that as well.
The other option might be we do have a UDC steering committee meeting scheduled for next week. Most of them were here tonight. We can also take this back to them and say, here's the impasse that we're at. We'll take the lead and provide direction on which way we need to go. And then at that point, it goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission for their feedback as well, and then back to council.
Okay. I actually wouldn't mind that route. Member Anderson?
I think that makes the most sense, for anything we can't really quite come to consensus on tonight, is to have the additional information from them and then have P&Z vote on it. And then if we have a full council, we can, amend it if we feel like it's, necessary, we have the votes to get there. But frankly, if P&Z comes up with something workable, that's, on some of this stuff, I'm happy to go with their recommendation.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I would go along with that. Yes. suggested there,
Okay.
going back to the
Thank you,
committee.
Member
and
Wood.
then
Anybody in disagreement, or I think we're fine with that approach. Mr. Brewster, we'll pass it back to you. If there's any other items.
I think that's it. We just had a wrap-up discussion, but just to sum up our, like I mentioned in the opening, this has been the biggest issue, obviously, the housing and neighborhood design part, but we're going back to the, not to the drawing board, but back to where the draft left off and making sure we have an integrated code that reflects all of these discussions and changes, and then we'll hope to enter that back into the process as a recommended final draft, and from there schedule additional public outreach or work sessions to, or open house, excuse me, to present that feedback. Again, most of it is consistent with way back when we did our public engagement last spring. So we'll be kind of reconnecting those dots for the public and getting something that's ready for the official public adoption processes where you'll see it all again.
Thank you for that. Member Noonkemp.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to bring up one more piece related to this and to see if there's interest in this council of looking at it. I'm fully aware that I am coming late in the game, and if we want to have a separate conversation, we can. But we've been having so many intense conversations around housing and what gets built where in our community that as we step back and look at this entire project and this process as a whole, my desire has always been to find the balance. So if we're going to make changes in one place, we have to ensure that we're making protections in another. I think as part of what we've done in this process is potentially, with things being built, we also are strengthening our historic preservation code at the same time so that we're not losing all of our historic buildings. We're trying to find that balance, right? How do we hold on to what we love about our community and then also ensure that we can make the progress that we need to make. One piece of that, and part of our kind of community well-being and quality of life that we haven't talked about as part of Title 16 is tree preservation. And one of the biggest things that I hear from residents is our old big trees, that there's not a lot of protection around them currently when we think about building. And how do we ensure that we're holding on to one of the biggest characteristics of our community? We consider ourselves a tree city, but we don't have super strong protections. From what I understand from staff, and I'm not the expert here, is that we have a credit process that if you were going to take down a tree, you can plant a new one or you get credits for preserving certain trees. But after some preliminary research of other municipalities nearby, there's much greater emphasis on preserving large historic trees if you're over a diameter of 12 inches of the tree size and the tree's size and age, it gets more protection. And I think what we're considering in CodeNext around lots of flexibility in what gets built where actually enables us to preserve more trees, or at least provide an incentive to preserve more trees instead of just tearing down the old large ones that we have and getting credits to plant new ones, especially when we think about things like a cottage style court pattern. Those kinds of building styles can enable us to keep more trees. And I want us to find a balance. I don't want us to say we can never cut down any tree because then we won't ever build the houses that we need. And I would like us to be more mindful than what I see us being now around tree preservation. So that is in Title 16. It is something that, to my understanding, we haven't spent a lot of time on so far. But if there's a willingness to look at that, that might be something that, at least if we have one more UDC steering committee, they could take a look at.
Thank you, Member Noonkemp. I remember we did discuss this early on in this process, but I guess we never circled back to it.
And I may have missed it, but that's my understanding currently.
I think at that time I was for looking at some type of incentive in order to keep larger, older trees in the city. So I definitely would be open to having that conversation, or at least having that as part of this CodeNext. Member Woodward, anything you want to add? I guess your light was on from the previous time, right? Okay. So no, I would be open to looking at this, whether it's through the UDC. I would be in favor of looking at that type of incentive. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'm in favor of the idea and the discussion in general. I do think it's too late in the process for CodeNext, but would be something, as you know, when CodeNext is done, P&Z is going to continue with its existence, and we'll need to have time to work on some things. And I think it would get a better a better focus if we saved it for after that. Adding, I feel like adding a whole new project at our last study session on this subject is a little too late in the game for my taste.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to correct something I just said earlier, and I've been expecting Mayor Pro Tem Ward to correct me. I said 5 people is required to adopt an ordinance. I don't do my best work after 9 p.m. It's 5 people is a quorum, so and that's required to take action. So by our charter, a majority of council's membership is required to adopt an ordinance, which is 4. However, a majority of a quorum is required for resolution, but that's a discussion for another day. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that since I said it in this meeting.
You got one by the Mayor Pro Tem, so.
Can't catch them all. Which of us is perfect, right?
Anybody disagree with Member Anderson in terms of just tabling that aspect in terms of the tree discussion, or anybody want us to take it on? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I think it is a little bit counterintuitive to be designing things that people can build in their yard, but then telling them you can't tear down your trees. And if we do that, I mean, what's the point in allowing building if we want to protect the trees? Because most of the trees in this city have been planted in places to shade houses and would probably impede building ADUs in the backyard, perhaps. So I'm not sure that we need to discuss trees.
Sounds good. Member Russell, Mayor Pro Tem?
It's a discussion I'm willing to have. My immediate reaction as someone who owns a lot with 2 50-foot elms that are constantly causing me problems is that this will probably give me a great excuse to chop them down before the new code passes. But that being said, I'm fine with having the discussion.
Member Woodward, do you want to weigh in?
I do want to weigh in. As someone with 2 100-year trees in my backyard, which I really appreciate, although they're struggling, mainly for water. And so I would like to assign it to a sustainability commission and talk to them about how do we, what do we do here? If there's some incentives or something like that, how do we handle that? But those are important trees to me.
Thank you, Member. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
As the council liaison for the Sustainability Commission, we did some months back have our city arborist come in, and I think maybe a consultant too who had done some studies on the tree canopy in Eaglewood and what we can do to bolster that. And I do think that makes sense to expand on those discussions that have already been initiated to talk about the, like, instead of taking it, a tree as one piece of the puzzle, but how do we maintain our citywide tree canopy, I think is a better approach to, and then really foster those tree get out in front of it and encourage people to plant lots more trees so that losing one doesn't devastate our canopy as the years go by.
Member Newnenkamp?
I'll just weigh in and say I'm happy for it to take that route and understand, again, that this is coming late. I just was thinking about how are we being holistic and keeping the balance on what we want to maintain in the community through the development process, and the acknowledgement that some of the developers who build in our community, especially by right, don't have an incentive to keep those trees if it's inconvenient for them, even if it is possible to keep the tree. But if there is no reason for them to even have to go through a process to look at it, they won't be incentivized to do that because they're not going to live here. And so how do we actually preserve what we love about the community for the people who are going to live here without, to Member Russell's point, or Mayor Pro Tem, unnecessarily impeding? I think we could find a flexible way to do that. I'm happy to have that conversation start at the Sustainability Commission, but I do think it's an important one for us to have.
Okay. Looks like we will pass it over to the Sustainability Committee in order for them to look at possible options, both on public and private. Okay. Sounds good. Anything else for members of council? Unsurprisingly, we went long on this item. So With that, Mr. Brewster, thank you very much for your time tonight, and members of staff for obviously your work on this and to keep us informed on every aspect of this CodeNext. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to the next item, which shouldn't take that much time either. Affordable Housing Task Force. I'll pass it over to City Manager Sean Lewis and Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd to kick this off. Thought I saw Deputy City Manager online, but
Yes, he is. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. We just want to run some of the ideas that have been tossed around with regard to creation of the Affordable Housing Task Force, run those by you. I did get a few comments from council members, and it was a great idea from Member Russell to have this as a study session item and get some direction from council. So we'll just start with the problem statement that was provided in your packet. The only thing that has been suggested that we change from this is that last sentence, and just to not focus simply on economic growth. Certainly, I think that a lot of the conversation statewide has focused on the constrained housing market impacting economic growth. But the comment was, let's make this more about community members, future community members, than economic growth. And maybe Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to expand on that?
I think you summed it up pretty effectively, but one of the things that has occasionally given me heartburn as we discuss housing as a council is the accusation that it's all about the money. And I think what's up there right now, negatively impacting economic growth in Inglewood and the region, focuses on the money. And the focus really has been on people and how a community benefits if housing is attainable and affordable. And so I would like the mission statement to focus more on residents, current and future, and people than on money.
And so we can take a stab at that change. And does anyone have any other comments on that? Moving on to the task force purpose, this is,
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I do have one thing on that second line where it says trends in market prices. I would add and increases in construction costs, because market and construction are two different things, and construction costs are quite high right now too.
Okay.
And have been since 2020.
Great.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Some of the major concerns we have at least one citizen, maybe two, that have come to speak to council, and they're absolutely right. I have lived long enough to see housing prices go out of sight with inflation the way it is now. Creating affordable housing during inflationary periods is almost impossible. Nobody right now in this inflationary period probably can afford to buy a house unless you already own one, and then you're going to get out of it and put it into the new house. Trying to fix a problem right now is impossible. I know that back in the late 70s, early 80s, interest rates went to 16%. The price of houses goes down when the interest rate goes up. And I have friends that were in the military back in that point in time. And what happened is when you're in the military, you get assigned someplace else, you have to move. They had to keep that house at 16% interest for 12 years. And so I think this is something that we are wasting time on right now. I think it's a very political issue. We see that the state now has taken it off the table totally. And I think that if we want to talk about affordable, we have at least two citizens that have come. I don't know how many of you go for coffee at Orchard Place or the Simon Center or Traditions, or have talked to other people other than the two people that have come. We do have quite a bit of affordable housing in the 6.5 square miles we have, but we are not keeping track of helping people, especially at Traditions, who you have to have income at a certain level, but they're raising the rent higher than those people can afford to pay. It doesn't make sense. We need to go back and look at dealing with the affordable housing that we already have and making sure that the people that are living there can stay there. In my opinion, we shouldn't be moving forward with this housing issue right now. It is not the right time. I'm just telling you, I've seen in my lifetime periods of inflation, and we've been to places. We went to Washington, D.C. We could not afford a house in Washington, D.C. We would have had to buy a house way out. I'm just saying, we are wasting our time with this, and I say that with all respect, because I think there are things we ought to be focusing on. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Don't see any lights. I thought I heard a click, but I think we can move to the next slide. Member Lewis, or City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will point out, I think those are a lot of valid points there. I'm working at the direction of the majority of council who have said they want to move forward with this. And, you know, I think if we look at affordable housing like we've looked at, you know, some of the other big issues, our stormwater master plan, our water master plan, you know, they are multi-year efforts that have to start at some point, and they start with some analysis. And what, you know, staff and I think council members have heard from the public who've been very opposed to a lot of what council has been doing is you need to back up and study this. You really need to ask residents and people that work in this industry to give more input. And so I think that's what, at least in the presentation you're seeing tonight, is what we're trying to respond to. So in the purpose statements that we have, really the first one is develop a long-term affordable housing plan for the city of Inglewood. You know, when plans like this are developed, oftentimes you don't see results in those for 3 to 5 years. And so if you look at our our homelessness policy task force, our action plan, you know, that was developed 3 years ago, and we're just now seeing some of those because it takes a lot of time and planning to put those into effect. So developing strategies to maximize funding for affordable housing opportunities. As you know, the state has allocated through last year, the voters allocated funding for affordable housing. We have to do certain things in order to set ourselves up to receive that funding should opportunities to, for instance, partner with the Housing Authority, Innovative Housing Concepts, to access some of that funding. So recommendations for that. And then really the bulk of it, just providing information and recommendations to council and P&Z that include things like, you know, research and findings, recommendations to promote, incentivize, or require affordable housing. You all have talked about inclusionary zoning, something that other cities in the area have done, but perhaps we want to go incentivize route, perhaps just promote that. So this task force could help come up with recommendations around that. And then additional code revisions that might promote additional affordable housing, and then utilization of vacant or underutilized government-owned properties that may be suitable locations for affordable housing. This analysis is already really tentatively underway just in our discussions with Littleton and Sheridan within the Tri-Cities about properties that sometimes we jointly own, sometimes that are we own but are in another city, that we're really looking at, you know, where is some available land for this, and this task force could give us some recommendations on that. So I don't believe we got a lot of feedback on this section in terms of suggested changes. So anything we could add here?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
One of the things I had suggested for the scope of work was to examine what we have in Inglewood now, what we've done in the past. We have a couple of housing developments that the city owns. We have some tax incentivized housing developments that have come into the city, and we talked about that in our conversation with Chaffa last week. But what I don't think we really have a grasp on is the nuts and bolts economics. What did we set out to do with this? If we acquired something in the 70s, is it an albatross around the city's neck now? And what does the future look like? Because when I'm trying to solve a problem, I like to start with what has or hasn't worked in the past. What mistakes have I made? How do I avoid making them again in the future? And so I think that needs to be part of this discussion as well, as an examination of the stock that is currently existing, both city-owned and otherwise, and how much that costs us on an annual basis, and what it's providing in exchange for that dollar.
Actually, I would like to add that as well as part of this. Member Noonan-Kemp?
Thank you. In a similar vein to the Mayor Pro Tem, and I sent an example of a municipal housing plan from another city to the city manager that includes a lot of what you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem, about, a landscape analysis initially. And as we all know, we have our housing needs assessment that we did last year. And when Root came and presented that to us, one of their recommendations, they had a very nice, roadmap for us of what we need to do. And one is to set our housing goals. What do we need at each price point and for different kinds of demographics? And to do that, we need to know what we have and then set our baseline and so that we can measure against it. And then we'll have a real measure to say, are we on track or are we off track? We have affordability as one of the key components of our strategic plan where we are measuring metrics, but we don't have a great metric for this right now. We just know we have a gap. And so I would like to see all of this conversation tied into that plan, that first bullet point, that it's comprehensive. Where have we been? Where are we starting from? And then what are the key strategies and tactics that are going to get us there?
Thank you, Member Noonan-Kemp. Actually, I'll add something kind of to Member Russell's point. I'm not sure how we get around to this, but I think one of the things that became evident once we went through this discussion with Root as well as definitely with Shapa last week was just the fact that AMI seems to be the wrong measure. And what I'm saying by that is that the ladies that came in and spoke to us about what they experienced at Traditions was, it's a 60% AMI property, but that 60% AMI now is $1,500, I believe. It was previously $1,300 and based off their income. I'm not sure how they're making ends meet. I just don't understand it. And so I like an examination of that. The AMI is calculated at the county level for Arapahoe County. So obviously in Adams County, it's going to be less. But I'd love to understand that a little bit more and see if there's any way we could get around that AMI number. So, or just how we can make it. That I guess to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, that may be one of the things that we're doing wrong, or the way that we're calculating it today may be wrong. It maybe shouldn't be at the county level. There may be another measure, but I would love to understand that a little bit better. But Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Russell.
Yeah, who wouldn't love to build a building where you could charge what basically is market rate and not pay any taxes on it and act like you're doing something good for the community? Based on the AMI analysis of what the rental rates are, or the allowed rental rates are according to CHAFA, and what is openly available in the market in these non-AMI properties, it's not a stark difference. It's not, 50% or 60%. It's, 80, 90, 95%. And in some cases, you could find something on the open market that is the same price or cheaper than what the AMI connected incomes are, or costs are. So, I agree wholeheartedly with that portion of the discussion. And I think that also informs the question of, are we getting what we think we're getting with the tax incentives that we're being asked to provide?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell?
Thank you for bringing that up. And just the one thing that became obvious to me when CHAFA was here that I never realized before, CHAFA's working for the developers. They're not working for the people. And that's why they set those up. And it's more for the developer to build the property than it is for the person that's renting it. But it doesn't make sense to have 60% of AMI. And I believe that the one lady said her rent was going up to $1,800 a month.
And yeah, that might be true. And to be clear, I'm not blaming Shapa or anything like that on this conversation. I think maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it made sense. But now, based off of what's happening in the market today, it just doesn't seem like we're really, truly getting affordable housing. So, but I like to look at that as well. Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Thank you. And to address Member Russell's previous comment, it really is a miss that we don't have developed strategies to preserve existing affordable housing. That is a very common strategy. So that's a great point, Member Russell, and we will add that if that's all right with everyone in these purpose statements. And then this one was one that did get a number of comments on. Staff did have a good discussion, the Deputy City Manager and I, with Lindsay at the Housing Authority, Innovative Housing Solutions, and went through some of this. She felt that we had, put together a good list. I did want to, point out that in a city that adjoins us, when they were going through this, their housing authority was the actual lead agency in coordinating this and running the meetings, et cetera. But in talking to them, they really recommended that this be more citywide, led by the city of Inglewood or the city, the municipality, and with the housing authority represented in that. So what we've recommended there is that I think we've got one more, that the ex officio members of this group be the Inglewood Housing Authority as well as the Director of Community Development. Didn't get any feedback from council on that, but did want to just run through a couple of things that are under outreach in your council memo. One was allows the business manager designee to apply or attend as a business representative. Really just suggesting that we eliminate that ownership requirement because not all business owners are as fluent in day-to-day activities. So that was one suggestion that was made. Also, just a question about the hospital representative. Could that be just one of the business representatives that is here? And then add market rate developers to the table was suggested. A trade group or industry representative was suggested. And then just requiring the Inglewood Schools representative to be a resident of Inglewood and perhaps a teacher, janitor, staff member of the school. So glad to take any further suggestions on this.
Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonan-Kemp.
I have had at least one conversation since I submitted some of these suggestions, but I will say, out of all those, the one that I feel strongest about is at the market rate development aspect and the industry expertise. I think we do ourselves a great disservice if we fail to secure the services and advice of people who are operating on a day-to-day basis in the market rate sector right now. Tell us what the challenges are there. Tell us what they would like to see. Share some of that industry expertise that comes from having robust financial resources, and help us better inform the conversation over affordability. I just think we miss a great opportunity if we don't bring those people into the conversation because they are a sizable part of the activity that takes place in the city, whether we want that to be the case or not.
Member Noonan-Kemp and then Member Woodward.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think that the market rate piece is really important. And I think, maybe it's the Home Builders Association or something like that. But especially if we are considering an inclusionary zoning incentive program, that would apply to market-based developers. And so I think that that's an important group to have at the table. I would love to see it as someone who's maybe already developed in Inglewood or has some sort of relationship with the community. Couple of things for me, as far as the school district, I feel quite strongly that whoever that person is, it should be the person who has the best understanding of how both the families and students experience affordability challenges in our community and the staff. So while one person might have their own individual anecdotal experience, I would much prefer someone with a 30,000-foot view and the real, whoever that person is within the district that they would want to send, who can represent that constituency the best. And then on the hospital piece, because this is the one that I brought up, obviously the hospitals are in my district, and I've heard a lot from them that they experience challenges with staffing when it comes to affordability. I also understand that we don't want this group to get too big, and so I'm also open to turning that into like a stakeholder group and a listening session. Maybe they don't need to sit on it for the entire task force. Maybe we need to just have a hospital, session with them, if that helps us balance some of the membership.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Kemp. Member Woodward.
Well, I looked at, instead of 4 residents, I said 5 residents, 3 of which are homeowners. And then private sector, I said 4 instead of 5. And I eliminated hospital representative, namely Swedish HCA, which is a huge corporation that is very much a for-profit hospital organization that makes lots and lots of millions and billions of dollars. So I don't see how they would fit into this. The rest of them that I saw here, I agree with. The housing or the school district, I think there's a lot of people from the school district that can come with a lot of history in Inglewood that could be great representatives. So those are my only changes there. Thank you.
Back to Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonan.
I think one possible compromise position relative to the school district position that honors Councilman Woodward's suggestion that we should have more homeowners or residents is to ask the school district appointee to be a member of our school board. As everyone may know, school board members need to be registered electors in the city, which means that they must be residents of Inglewood and registered to vote in Inglewood. They would still have access to all of the information that the school district could provide. They are in a leadership role in the school district, and they could represent the needs of the school district while simultaneously representing the needs of the residents of the city.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Noonan.
Again, I would like the school district to choose the person who has the most information to contribute at the highest level. It might be a school board member. I'm also very cognizant of the demands on their time in that volunteer position. So that's my flag. I really would like, I want us to get the best conversation and ideas and policy out of this. And so whoever's best positioned to do that. To Member Woodward's point about why the hospitals are the #1 employer in the city, and they have repeatedly told us that hiring is a huge challenge for them because their staff cannot afford to live in the community. And housing has such a wraparound impact on the entire community. It has it's not just one person's individual ability to find a place to live. It's the entire continuum and impact on our community when large swaths of people have a hard time living here, especially with the largest employer in the community. So that's why I think that they're part of the conversation. Again, I'm flexible on them actually sitting on the task force. And then I actually do want to, I'm very strongly in support of increasing the resident number on here, but I want to push back on the idea of it being 2 homeowners or 3 homeowners. If we're going to increase someone, I think we should increase the renter. Those are the people in our community who are experiencing the greatest housing strain. And if we're talking about increasing home ownership, we need to hear from people who are currently not able to do that. There are long-term renters in this community who have rented for years who would love to continue living in the community and buy who currently cannot. And I want their voice on this task force.
Thank you, Member Noonan. I agree with a lot. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
HCA or the ownership is Swedish is, in my tenure here in the city of Inglewood, which is a lot longer than theirs, Swedish was a nonprofit hospital, like most hospitals back in the day. It went to Columbia, and it ends up at HCA. And I can tell you, there's plenty of people, nurses, doctors, regular employees that left Swedish Hospital and HCA. A lot left during the pandemic because of the way they felt they were treated. Now, so I'm just, if something happens to me or somebody in my family, I'd prefer they go to Swedish, and I'm all for Swedish on that. But I question whether they're here to be talking about affordable housing for their people there.
Mayor,
the way
could
they've
I-
treated some.
Excuse me, can I jump in?
Sure.
I was under the impression that, Member Noonan, since that was your original suggestion, that you would be fine with having a separate listening session or series of listening sessions with them as opposed to having a representative. So I think, Member Woodward, we've withdrawn the hospital rep from the membership requirements, but we will have a separate listening session with both hospital and other medical facilities.
Personally, I would feel more comfortable with Craig.
To jump in, so I'm in agreement in terms of the renter. I would prefer to have multiple renters there. So number of residents, whether it's 4 or 5, I'd be okay with that. With the school board, obviously the person that has a better perspective of what the challenges are, I would like to have that as well. Back to Swedish and Craig, they're members of our community. So I would like to hear their perspective, whether or not they work for HCA. Many people, when they work for someone, they work because of the location or the work or that type of thing. I don't think that they really think of I work for HCA kind of thing. And I would just I would prefer their perspective and what some of the challenges are within Inglewood and the metro area, regardless of what corporate entity they work for. I think their perspective is very valued, and I definitely want them in some capacity to be part of this discussion. So, is there any other changes, anything else that we need to add here? Going back to, well, actually, I'll say this just because of the elected officials and because it was brought up earlier. At first, I was, yes, let's have a couple members of Inglewood City Council as part of this, but based off of the feedback that I heard earlier from the UDC steering committee, I'm not sure if it's really required at this point. I'm open to no members of Inglewood City Council being on part of this, or even or maybe just knock it down to 1. But it makes me wonder whether or not it makes sense for us to be on there. But go ahead, Member Anderson.
I would, I'd look at the closest analogy I think that we have to this is our police reform task force, which we did have 2 council members on. I think that fit really well on that, and probably I think that this is more like that task force in that it's not just made up of residents who apply. It's going to be made up of a broad variety of people from different sectors. And I think it was really helpful to have a couple of council members on the police reform task force, people with different perspectives. I think we should have a couple of members of city council on this task force with different perspectives for that same reason.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell.
Thank you. I'm not sure that we need to have any council members on the committee because council is ultimately going to make the decision in the end. But I do think we need to make sure that we have a facilitator, not root housing, but whether it's an elected person from this group, once that we do the task force, somebody needs to be appointed to be the facilitator and not staff or not root housing if that's where we're getting all the information from. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson.
I think that's a great idea, and would again go back to we had hired I believe a consultant to be the facilitator for the police reform task force, and I think this type of task force would benefit from something like that as well.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Noonan-Camp.
I agree that we should keep the city council folks on this. I think based on actually the feedback tonight, I came to a different conclusion. I think more communication and more connectivity so that we're listening and able to take things back and ensure that we're getting the highest quality policy out of this, and we're really clear about what the needs and the objectives are, I think would benefit from 2 city council representatives. So I'd like to see this stay the same.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Anyone else? I'm fine keeping the 2 council members on there, but there was, it just, I would like that free thought without city council providing direction, but there is a benefit for city council at least relaying information or discussions that have happened within these chambers that they may not be aware of. So, anything else, City Manager Lewis?
So would the compromise position be 1 council member as opposed to 2 then?
We could keep it as 2 for now.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think I heard any direction on whether or not we wanted to.
And then do we have strong feelings on Arapahoe County? That was, staff threw that in. We don't have strong feelings either way. No to that. Okay. Any yeses? Okay. And then change the trend was the only other one that we didn't talk. Do we, if we will have a nonprofit, representative, but thoughts on that?
Member Noonekamp and then Member Anderson.
I'll weigh in on both, and maybe we can actually do two birds with one stone here. There is an Arapahoe County staff member in Mike Sandgren who could also represent Change the Trend and the Homelessness Policy Task Force group. I think having him as part of this conversation would be useful if he has the time and if that makes sense. I view Arapahoe County in the same way that I would maybe view the hospitals, that we could do a listening session with them, ensure that we have regional alignment, but I don't know if they need to sit on every single meeting. But I would like someone either from Change the Trend or from the Housing Policy Task or the Homeless Task Force on this.
Member Anderson?
I think that a representative from Change the Trend is important. Mike would probably fit the bill, but he may have a recommendation of somebody else from that group that would be a good fit as well.
I'll be okay with that, so. And with the Arapahoe County also just providing feedback from time to time. Anything different? Go ahead, Member or City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the last part would be on the recruitment. So what we did for the Police Reform Task Force, to use as an example, if that is analogous, is we provided, asked council members to provide names of people that they would recommend. And we didn't have, kind of an open, we did allow people to apply for that, but it wasn't, it was separate and apart from the board and commission selection process. So we just brought those names to council and had you all comb through those and select. Is that okay with you all?
That works.
Okay. Well, we will bring back a final, just send that out to you all and begin asking and soliciting nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Lewis. Any other feedback from members of council? Seeing none, we are now moving on to the next agenda item. So thank you very much, City Manager Lewis, for that. Reports from boards and commissions. Anybody have anything to share? Going once, going twice. Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
The Cultural Arts Commission met this last week, and they had a great presentation from the EDDA around the Red Line Studios. I believe that's the name of the studios that are going in right here in City Center that the EDDA is doing to help activate this space. It was a great presentation. They shared what the other studios in the Denver metro area are doing and what we can expect here. So if you want to review that meeting, I would recommend watching that recording. And they're continuing to move forward with some great public art projects coming forward this year. As you saw, that they're more active and present at city events and working on some murals that are coming this year as well, in addition to the median art project. So good work from that committee.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Mayor Pro Tem.
The Budget Advisory Committee met on April 25th and received a lengthy briefing from Utilities and South Platte Renew, courtesy of Director Van Rye. It was actually a crowd hit. It was a long presentation, but everybody there, it was very well received. And they appreciate the informative nature of his presentations about what Utilities and South Platte Renew are up to. That is the only thing I have to report.
After you say lengthy, I don't think you really have to say the name of who gave that presentation, so. Anyone else for boards or commissions? All right, moving on next to Mayor's Choice. Couple of items, but I wanted to bring to your attention the Juneteenth holiday. City Attorney Niles and I had a conversation where I think we were, city staff or City Manager Lewis, you can kind of correct me if I'm wrong here. The city will be taking Juneteenth off next year as a paid holiday, correct? Other cities
Correct.
around the nation or around the metro area are actually taking Juneteenth off this year. And so one of the questions that was brought up to us was whether or not we want to follow the lead as well of other metro areas that are taking the entire, basically June 19th off and having June 20th as our council meeting. So I wanted to bring it to your attention. Is there anything that you want to add, City Manager Lewis, City Attorney Niles? Go ahead.
Yes, the process of getting holidays in our organization is complex and requires sign off on from both of our employee groups, the Inglewood Police Union, as well as the Inglewood Employee Association. So it was a lengthy discussion process with them to have this approved for 2024. It would be a challenge to go back and restart those discussions for this year, but certainly if council directs me to, I can do that.
Well, I think the question here more is just like, the question tonight is whether or not we want to observe Juneteenth this year and actually have our council meeting on June 20th, which is a Tuesday, and just provide just observance of Juneteenth, similar to other cities around us. So I would be in favor of doing that. I just wanted to bring it to council's attention and see if there was any disagreement with moving our council meeting to June 20th. Member Nunekamp.
I have no issue with moving it to the 20th, if that's the direction we want to go. My place of work does take the 19th off in observance of Juneteenth, so I will already have that day off. But I wouldn't want to do it if it was going to cause a challenge to staff to make a change this late. So if it's feasible, I'm happy to do so, but not required before we actually have that as official city holiday next year.
Thank you. And City Manager Lewis, there is no issue in terms of the calendar, in terms of the concern that Member Nunekamp potentially expressed. So we're good with moving it to the 20th. Anybody in disagreement with moving it to the 20th? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there a logistical issue that we're attempting to address by going to the 20th, or are we just trying to honor the holiday this year that we would otherwise be honoring next year?
Is there anything to add there, City Attorney Niles, or?
No, it's my understanding that most other cities in the metro are observing this holiday. While we were not able to observe it as an official city holiday, I thought just as a symbolic measure, council may want to consider moving the council meeting, considering I understand there may be some events scheduled that evening during what would otherwise be our meeting. Otherwise, no logistical issues. Right. As far as I know, staff is available both on the 19th and the 20th to attend the council meeting, whatever you should choose.
Thank you. Everyone okay with moving it to the 20th? All right, no disagreement. Celebrate Inglewood on Saturday. Member Nunekamp, Mayor Pro Tem, Member Anderson, saw you there, Member Woodward. I just want to thank staff for the work that they put into that. It went great. So I want to thank communications and everyone involved with it in the community for coming out and speaking to us. Just a great event overall, and yeah, just obviously, third year now that we've done this, and just keep it moving forward. So thank you to everyone involved in making that possible. So. Anyone else with council member's choice? All right, city manager's choice.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one short item. There's a pretty large community publishing platform that works with local publishers, publish weekly, really locally focused information for youth activities, events, products. It's called Macaroni Kid. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but the awards that they put out each year really look at, survey the public, really look at assets in communities, and we just are happy to report that top awards were given this year to Pirates Cove in 3 different categories: best place to take swimming lessons, best venue for water fun, and best place to have a birthday party for kids. So really excited about that. That's the first time that organization has recognized Pirates Cove. So we just wanted to share that good news and thank all of our great staff in Aquatics and Pirates Cove for the good work they do to teach a lot of kids how to swim and provide a lot of fun for families in the community.
That is pretty cool. So thank you for that, City Manager Lewis. And with that, we are now adjourned. It's 10:05. See everyone next Monday. Have a good evening.